Good evening and welcome to the special session of the Lakeville Area Board of Education. We're officially calling this meeting to order. If you could please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Board members in attendance tonight include Director Kelleher, Director Schindley, Director Lind, Chair Baker, Director Carly Anderson, Director David Anderson, and Director Thompson. We're also joined by Superintendent Dr. Doug Van Zyl. Members of the Executive Cabinet include Bill Holmgren, Brenda Albrecht, Stephanie Cass, and Dr. Emily McDonald. Sorry. Thank you for joining us tonight. Before we get started, I do want to clear up a few things for this special session. We are going to have some tough conversations tonight, so I ask members of the audience to please refrain from applause so that we can have that discussion, and also so it doesn't hinder people that are listening online for accessibility reasons. Just try to be respectful with that. Board members, I ask that you ask the chair for permission before you speak. That's for also subsequent questions too, so that we can give everybody an equal shot as far as asking questions. Tonight we also had a public engagement session, so I'll kind of give you a little bit of a summary of the topics that were discussed. Impact Academy was brought up. Media specialists also talked with us. We also had just general budget questions from other stakeholders. We had parents that talked to us about Kenwood Trail Middle School. We had Kenwood Trail Middle School staff talk about the renovation to their building and what it would impact if we had the ALC campus there. I had another media specialist share. And I think the highlight of the evening was a student that came and talked about Impact Academy and what it meant to him. So thank you very much to that student for talking to us. All right, so I guess we'll just go ahead and roll right into the discussion.
All right, we do have, from last time you had asked us to follow up on 4 areas. So I have some folks that have some slides and some information, so several of them are going to come forward. So if we can move to the next slide. And there it is. There we go. So you asked for some supporting materials in regard to 4 areas. And so I don't know who's moving the slide, but if we can go to the next one. Do you need to be up at the podium to do that? Bill, you want to come up there? Okay. Bill's going to start out, I think, with some of the conversation, and then some other folks are going to pick up along there. So there's kind of the areas that you had asked us to review. And you'll notice the first one, Orchard Lake. Last time it was mentioned that it was specifically Impact Academy, but the more we've dug into that, it's an Orchard Lake as a whole issue, not just an Impact Academy. So we're not singling those out. You wanted to know about the proposed middle school adjustments, then the 260-day based employees, and then the area learning centers, and then we'll review the other reductions proposals to you from there. So go ahead. And Bill is going to talk to you.
I just want to take a little time just to really talk about the budget update and what's happened over the last few years. Oh, I'm sorry. Ooh. Okay. Just want to take a few minutes just to talk about our budget update and really a lot of questions. How did we get here from where we were? As we have been talking over the last few months, deficit spending in our general fund's budget started back in 2018. We had a very relatively heavy, or not heavy, but healthy fund balance with decisions going, we could do more for some students because we have this, we're not a bank, right? We don't want to just keep having more and more money in our fund balance. So we use some of those funds. During that time, a few other things happened. We did pass a referendum in 2019, which we added a lot of staffing at the middle school level for social emotional. We had a new SRO come on with those funds, and we had some tech support staff. Actually, we supported that area quite a bit. There was also a bond at the same time, and as you have seen around the district, we've added on to some buildings. We've added a pool, we've added a gymnasium, and so forth. We had new turfs. Now we have a dome over one top from a third party. But just to say again, these are dollars when we did these buildings that we cannot use for a general fund. I cannot use it to pay for any staffing. In 2021, as you know, the pandemic came. We had a lot of expenditures. The board was very supportive to give our students what we needed at the time. The largest piece that happened as the pandemic came off, we had some staffing that didn't come down as fast as it probably should have. So we had some mandated programming during that time. And of course, we've had one more bond since for the new elementary school that is being built right now. Now in 22, when we got to the end of fiscal year 22, what we discovered, we had some significant inflationary increases that we didn't anticipate. First of all, I want to remind everyone that in fiscal 22, when we started the year out, we already had a $4 million deficit built into that budget. So these were added on top of that, and that's how we got to some of the bigger numbers. So in transportation, we had a $1 million larger expend there than we anticipated due to some extra routes that we needed to run. Substitutes, we saw a $1.5 million increase in our substitute costs. Since the pandemic, we're just seeing a lot more use of substitutes. And utilities, as you know, part of the inflation, we had a lot of increase in our utilities across the board that we did not put in the original budget. Of course, contract settlements at the time. Now, I want to touch on 23 then, because these increases that you're seeing here, also what we realized, well, they're in 23 too, because we had built the budget before learning the end of the year from 22. So we had to go back again, 23, we had a $4.5 million deficit in the budget before we started the year, and we had to go back and put these costs into that budget also. And then just to say briefly that, for decades, as you know, we've got not enough state funding from the state of Minnesota. We get about a 2% on a yearly basis. The legislature believes that's a big number. That does not help us cover the staffing that we need on a yearly basis. And also our cross-subsidy in special education. As you know, we do not get enough funds for our special education, and right now we're subsidizing the special ed program by $14 million a year out of the general fund. So again, like I said, in the year that we are in, we started with a $4.5 million deficit. So due to the inflationary increases, we had to go back and increase those in this year's budget, which pushed that to a $7 million deficit in the year we're in. So that's about a 3.5% of our total budget is that $7 million of what we need to take out. Again, the substitute costs, the transportation costs, utility costs is what's driving this budget higher than we anticipated, from the 4.5 up to $7 million. Sure.
Sorry, my microphone was off. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question so that, just to help my understanding and to help everyone else too. In looking at these numbers with how they correspond with the unassigned fund balance. So in February 2022, we were projected at 7.4% at our unassigned fund balance, with the projection not falling below 5% until the year 2026. In July of 2022, that still was projected at 7.3%, but then when it was going to fall below 5% was projected to be at the end of fiscal year 23. So we lost 3 years there in 5 months. And then in November of 2022, that unassigned fund balance dropped to 4%, which is significant compared to the other two. So we have a 9-month gap where we fell from 7.4% on our unassigned fund balance to below 4, or to right at 4. So are you saying these things that you're projecting right here that you're talking about, this is what's coming out of our unassigned fund balance and causing that to fall?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
When we look at our budget as a whole, I mean, we have revenue, we have expenditures. There's no one place in that budget that's drawing this down. So these are places that we saw big increases that we did not anticipate. So yes, this is driving up our total spend to $188 million this year, and making that gap from our revenue to our expenditures $7 million. So that's where the $7 million is coming from. We have to make this adjustment so that next year we're at least at zero, where we're spending only what we bring in revenue from the state of Minnesota. Touch on a couple of other small pieces. During pandemic, we actually lost some students that year substantially lost some students. The blue line, that's the projection that we had for students. We were hitting those right on, 18, 19, 20. We were within 2 or 3 students of what our projection was. In 21, we went down over 200 students. That's a $2.5 million decrease in revenue that we did not anticipate till we saw it happen during that year. So I want people to realize that too. It's not only on the expenditure side, it's also on the revenue side where we're seeing some issues in our budget. Going forward, now we're on that new red line because we haven't got the students back. They haven't come back. So that's every single year we're down $2.5 million than what we thought we were going to have on the blue line.
Bill, maybe explain how that funding is impacted from the state and what that, didn't this district have to pay money back to the state based off that?
Yeah, as you know, we bring a levy to you each year in December. Okay, that's on a projected enrollment that we think is going to happen. And it's always in the future. Okay, when we do a levy in December, that's for the next school year. It's not in the school year we're in, it's for the next school year. Okay, so what happened then during this period of time when it all went down, we had already told the state that we thought we had this many students. Well, we didn't. And we already levied the public for those funds. So in this last year, we had to give the funds back. Okay, we had to give $2.5 million back to the state of Minnesota because we had less revenue, or less enrollment. So besides the inflation we're seeing, we're also seeing a loss in revenue. Okay, so that's when we're seeing some big numbers, and we've got to take some action.
Can I ask one more question then? When our unassigned fund balance was higher, didn't we vote to spend that down a little bit?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
and when did that occur?
Well, it started back in 18.
Okay.
There was a smaller amount at that time, but that staffing that was put in place is still here. We haven't taken any of that staffing away. And as we've gone down the road, staffing is growing faster than the revenue. Like I said, the state of Minnesota, on average, gives us 2% on a yearly basis. Okay. As we go forward with the way the contracts are designed, we have a 2% increase in our cost, just in the roll-up costs every single year when we look at our staffing. So anything we put in the matrix is on top of that, which keeps widening that gap. Does that
Chair,
make it-
Chair Baker?
Director Thompson? He raised his hand, sorry.
So Bill, can you help me understand how this enrollment monitoring works? Because I can only assume that in the beginning of the year, you do a head count. You're like, all right, here's all the kids that we have coming in. So knowing that if you're 250 kids short, do you not have the ability to make staff adjustments in September, or do you have to wait until the end of the year? Just so that I understand how
Okay, so
how often do we check?
Yeah, the first issue is the numbers we give the state of Minnesota comes from the September before. So almost a full year before we start school, we have to tell them how much we have in enrollment. Okay, so that gives us a little problem. We have 11 months, or really 12 months we have to be up ahead of it. Okay, so when the year starts, yeah, we get the October count, we know there's less. Okay, we know there's less revenue coming. But the issue is we've already put all our staffing in place, everybody's under contract, and we have no way to make any changes in that staffing until the whole year is over. Okay. Does that help?
Director David Anderson, did you have a question?
Yes. So when we had to pay that money back, at that time they knew we were going to have a surplus, not as big as we have now. But did the Department of Education have any discretion on forcing us to pay that back? It just seems kind of onerous. Then they knew we were possibly going to be in deficit situation.
We track our students all year. Okay, it's in a system called MARS. Okay, when we get to the end of the year, the state sees, well, how many students you have, and that's all they're going to pay us for. So if we anticipated more, they're just not going to give us that amount for those students. On the levy side, it's a little more confusing because we've actually gone out to the community, we've collected those funds, and now we have to give it back.
I understand that in general, but because of COVID and the uncertainty and everything, the commissioner doesn't have any discretion?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, at least they haven't at this point in time.
That's ridiculous.
Director Shinley, did you have a question?
Yeah, so with the 2% increase, so that, you keep widening and widening, aren't you able to are we able to freeze that and hold that since we know we're starting to go into this deficit? Can't you say, okay, we need to hold that 2% at this point?
That's a negotiated term for every contract that we have. And almost 100% of the staff that we have here in Lakeville schools is under contract. I mean, they do different types of jobs, different unions, but everybody's got a contract.
Okay.
Director Carly Anderson.
Thank you. So I think we've been learning a lot about the budget recently. It's very helpful to have a lot of this clarified. And one of the questions I just want to make sure, or people have asked that I just want to make sure we clarify, because we're not special in terms of what we went through with COVID, right? So how are some of those, or what specifically, aside from I know the teacher, if we hired teachers, that was a recurring cost, but were there other decisions made in 2018 with regard to recurring things that were going to continue to deplete our budget that we couldn't shift back?
Well, there's actually, once we get a contract in place for a year, you can't make any changes, okay? So when we made some of those changes way back in 18, of course, that's before I was here, okay? But we put that staff in place. Yeah, we haven't made any type of adjustment since 18 on the staffing we had in place.
So, sorry,
Okay.
can I just ask one? So just to clarify, because I don't know, sometimes maybe I'm not making sense. Was there anything in addition to teacher funds that was a recurring expense from our general fund that was made aside from additional teachers?
I guess,
Were there programs or?
Well, teachers all spread across all the different programs, okay? So there's not one program that we added extra to or took away from. As we've gone forward with staff, that same percentage increase just happened in every single department, because the same staffing or the same programming levels stayed in place since 18. Okay, of course, pandemic, we had more. There was adjustments back after the pandemic, but as we'll talk later tonight, there's some areas that didn't come back as fast as it should have. And that's part of this deficit, but it's a small amount of the $7 million.
I guess to add, because I thought through a conversation you and I had, like when the 2019 levy went in place, there were some things that were added based off the levy, and the dollar amounts that we're generating from the levy are actually less than what we're spending. I think that's part of what she's asking.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
Yeah.
let's go back to that levy in 19. That went on, so the 2021 school year is when that staffing came on, okay? We had the vote in the fall of 19. In the summer or the fall of 20, that's when that staff came on. Majority of that staffing was at the middle school level. And the issue, what's happened since that time, because the staff's growing faster than what we get from the state of Minnesota, okay, we are now spending $500,000 more than what we collect in that new levy to pay for that staffing. Okay, it was very tight right on when we hired them, but it's grown apart. And that happens in any school district across the state of Minnesota. When you look at the way that the contracts are designed or framed, that you naturally have a larger increase than what you have in the state of Minnesota pretty much on a yearly basis. And there's got to be some time, you got to come to the point where you got to make some adjustments to make sure that we can balance the budget. And one thing that also we saw, which we'll talk about later too, is as people retired or left, in some cases, we were hiring people at a higher level than what the retiree was. And that's where we used to get a lot of savings to pay for some of the extra increases on a yearly basis. And we have not seen that the last 2 years at all. Okay, that help?
Director Thompson.
Yeah, so I've got just two topics. One, and I'll come back to that one. Just to circle back on the comment around the 2.5 million, and so making sure that I'm clear. We anticipated 200 additional students in 2020 to 2021 that caused us to ramp up and spend $2.5 million in staffing in preparation for those students. At the end of that school year, 200 students did not join, so we had to then give back $2.5 million. Is what so a total of $5 million was spent in fiscal year 2021 to 2022. Just so we're clear, and I understand. So is that right?
Yeah.
$5 million of.
And in that year, that's when we saw our separation get bigger.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it. So my second point is then, in 2018 when the red line looks great, we had 1,000
1,100 students, I'm sorry, 1,100 FTEs that were a part of our district, and we had about 11,100 students at that time. And so, and just to reiterate, from my understanding, that 6 years later, we now have 11,800 students, so we added 700 more students, but our FTE count as a school as a whole went up 200 additional staff members. So when I look at the middle school staff, we went to, I think from 2018, 224 staff members to 258 staff members, which is an additional maybe 30 some odd staff members. But with the 2019 levy from tech support, social emotional support, I'm having a tough time understanding how did we add 200 additional staff in that 6-year span? Because I don't think that we have 200 tech support, social emotional. That doesn't make sense. So I think I like to learn more around that.
Well,
because that goes back to your comment. The recurring costs, we added additional staff, and now we have this recurring cost for those folks. So
You have to remember that 700 students that I'm talking about need staff to service those students. So we have to add new staff in order to.
Agreed.
In order for those students.
you take the 700 students and you divide that by 20 students per classroom. Now, simple math. That's 35 additional teachers, and so you times it by 2 for miscellaneous support and XYZ. Now we're looking at 70, and then with the 2019 levy from tech support to social emotional support, let's add another 30. You're looking at 100. So how did we add an additional 100 staff over the past 6 years, and we only added 700 students? Does that make sense? I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. So I'm looking to learn more.
Yeah, we'd have to go back and look exactly how many staff members we added at each year. But the additional staff came from the growth in the students and the new levy. The new levy was more than 30 FTE. It was more like 40.
Okay.
Director Lind. Sorry.
Yeah. I might. This thing doesn't like me. There we go. And the old board member. Part of this, I think, is we've added a number of additions onto buildings, and we've added a pool, we've added a gym at McGuire. There has to be staff hired to maintain that, so you're going to have an increase there, and you're going to have increases, and that's just one area. But I'm fine with you going ahead and seeing where the other areas are. But it's a lot of it has to do with our building and stuff that we've been doing.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but part of now it doesn't like me.
You doesn't like you now.
You passed it down
Okay.
the road. Correct me if I'm wrong, but part of that levy was also bring counseling staff. So it's not just teaching staff. There was some counseling staff brought into buildings, going to the middle school model. I think that was 25 additional staff members. So there are some areas that probably part of the levy and some other areas that bump that number up. But part of it is for growth, and part of it is to accommodate some of the things that were components of the levy. Because I think the social emotional component of the levy, I don't think you had elementary counselors at the time. And so I think that brought elementary counselors into every building. To go to the middle school model to be able to do the teaming, that was 25 additional staff before you even got to the student increase. Does that make sense? And correct me if I'm wrong. That's my understanding where some of that came from.
The 19, we had a half-time counselor in each of our elementaries, and we went to a full-time counselor. So we added 4 staff for the elementaries out of that. There was quite a few technology staff hooked to that operating levy. And of course, we had growth again. So, like I said, we can go back and get the exact numbers each year, how many there were. But it was all based on the supports we needed for the students at the time.
And I guess, correct me if I'm wrong too, also with COVID, there were probably additional staffing, like for supports for kids, whether that was at the elementary to be able to provide some additional tutoring support and other things. Were those added at that time, or was that something that was already in place?
Yeah, during the COVID year, there was a lot of staff added. I mean, we talked about Link 12. That's only part of the picture. There was other staff in other areas for supports for our students.
We added
Director Carly
teachers to
Anderson.
elementary schools and stuff, too.
Yeah, we added, because we had more enrollment, we needed more teachers too. Yeah.
Director Carly Anderson.
Thank you. I'm just going to leave my microphone on. So I just think this is so important to clarify because this is what is really important to our public in terms of, are we more appropriately staffed now for the students we have? I mean, I'm not the expert, but I've certainly heard from many that have opinions that we're understaffed. And so this is what we're going into the fall and thinking about with in terms of the levy. We need to understand what those recurring costs are that we're diminishing our fund balance and then appropriately levy. So it is about understanding how many staff we added. Do we still need more? And especially as we're opening, hopefully, a new elementary school, these are the numbers that I think are really important for us to understand.
Yeah, those are all factors coming forward that we have to deal with. Okay. This is just a look again to where we are with our fund balance. We've shown this many, many times, but it sounds like some of the public has not. So I wanted to put this out again. You can see that red line is our fund balance. As we came down, yes, you are right, Kim, that we expected the 22 number to be higher than 4.05. It was more like a 6.5 number. So we thought we had a few more years before we really had to make some adjustments because it was coming down. We had to make adjustments, but all of a sudden the inflation just pushed us immediately into this situation.
So can I ask another question about this? When we saw our projections change from that February to July, which was a 5-month period where we lost 3 years in those projections, what adjustments were made in that July month to try to help alleviate the bleed that was happening in our unassigned fund balance?
Okay, what I'm going to tell you then, last June, I brought forward a budget to the board. Again, it had a deficit of $4.5 million. It's been running over the last few years. But we never get our final numbers for the year until we get way to the end of August, early September, before we really know where we're at. It seems crazy, but we don't get the exact numbers of revenue from the state of Minnesota until way late in the summer. We have expenditures happening during the summer that we don't have included. So when we really saw the inflation pieces, it was into the fall, into September, before we had a true, clear picture of what happened from the year before. And that's when we had to go back and say, well, now we've got to make adjustments to the fiscal year 23, and putting more expenditures in of the pieces that we talked about. So again, we pushed it from 4.5 to 7. We did make some changes this year as any place we could. Again, anybody under contract, I'm not going to be able to make any type of a cut. So we reclassified people to come out of restricted funds areas that qualified, and we moved them. And we went to the operating budgets of the buildings, and we made a 10% cut, which was difficult for the buildings to do, but they did do it. But at this point, we've made a cut of $1.5 million, so at least we don't have to do another $1.5 million, because otherwise we'd be talking about 8.5.
Okay. So for these projections, when you're getting these numbers, do you work with a consulting firm that's helping you generate those, or is that just the staff within our business office that's making those predictions?
It's the staff within the business office.
Okay.
The state of Minnesota has a very nice piece. So we know what the enrollment is. We know what those funds are going to be in all the different revenue streams that we collect. And that's the tool that we use to find our revenue numbers. And if you remember, our revenue numbers really haven't been off. Okay, it's the inflation on the expenditure side is giving us the problem.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, we'll move on.
Can I ask one more clarifying question? Sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
Can you I think one thing that would be helpful for our public to hear is, are we alone in where we are? And so, I don't know, not everybody reads the Star Tribune. I haven't read it recently, but what is going on around us in terms of these kinds of concerns?
If you take a look at districts right around us, the same things are happening. I guess I don't want to point out any specific districts, but we have districts cutting more than we are, and they're smaller districts, and it's very difficult. But they're in the same situation we are. Same situations have happened to them.
And I don't say that to diminish what the pain we're all in. It's more, I think there are some of these things that are not specific to our district, and some things we can tighten up.
Right.
Chair Baker?
Director
I
David
guess that
Anderson.
was my point before, is why the state hasn't come up with a better plan to help us in other districts when they know it's an unusual situation?
Well, I guess, Director Anderson, I can't answer that directly. We do talk to our.
Making that a statement to
Yeah,
everybody.
we do talk to our legislators on a regular basis, but yeah, we have not gotten any help at this point.
Director Lind?
I think too should note that a number of districts have made their cuts last year. So there's some, like some of our neighbors, direct neighbors made cuts last year, and I don't think are cutting this year as much.
Yeah, and in some cases, they did it both years.
Okay.
I guess to your point, David, one of the things I guess I found, I haven't been in Minnesota long enough to be able to tell you, but most every other state, normally what happens is your legislative body likes to make some adjustments and then say, well, look what we did for public education, but those adjustments don't necessarily take care of everything, so then the local taxing authorities have to increase their taxes. And so that's kind of a way that at least Missouri, Iowa, Texas, and it sounds like what we're dealing with here in Minnesota, they make some adjustments, but it's not normally enough. And they say, well, if you want that in your local school district, you've got to make those adjustments and pass that on to local taxpayers.
Can I ask one more question? Sorry.
Director Carly Anderson?
So one question, like, I'm just kind of stuck on making sure we fully understand the recurring piece. And so did we not levy appropriately in 2019 for what we're spending?
We have levied this past year the max that we can. So any dollar we were eligible to levy for, we did. And the school district is not like a city or a county. The city or county looks at their budget, hey, we need more funds here. They change the mill rate and just charge everybody more in their tax levy. We can't do that. We get paid only by the number of students that we have, which gave us some of our issue because we had too many students back in 20 or 21. So we can't go change it without going to the public and saying, hey, we'd like you to give us some more funds. We're looking at a new operating levy, but so many dollars per student. So we're the only entity that has to do that. We have to go ask for permission to levy more. So at this point, we're stuck with what we have. We can't change it.
Bill, correct me if I'm wrong. The district was looking at doing a levy in 2021, correct? But we did not do that due to this community having experienced COVID and job loss.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes, if the pandemic kind of changed the way we did some of our bonding too, if you remember the bond vote for the new building didn't happen in the fall. It happened the next spring. And we can't do an operating levy in the spring. It's got to be done in the fall, only in November. So yeah, during that pandemic, then we didn't come forward and ask for any new monies.
Very good. All right, thank you. So we're going to we wanted to give you that background because I think you'd kind of been asking that in the community. You want to know that. We'd shared some of that as we'd gone around to the schools, but we wanted to make sure we got that out. Now back to the 4 areas that you asked to address. Sandy's going to come forward. Marilyn's not able to be here with us tonight, so Sandy and I are going to kind of tag team this one as far as sharing this information. And again, pointing out to you that one of the reductions that we had presented was in regard to the impact program, but you can see again we've changed that to Orchard Lake Elementary class size because it's really an issue within the school. It's not necessarily an issue related to impact, but since you asked for some of the information, Sandy was going to share it, and then we can answer questions as we go. So go ahead, Sandy. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair.
You bet, Mike.
Yeah. Sorry. No, I appreciate that. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Van Zyl, and our listening audience. My name is Sandy Georgie, and I serve as the Director of Elementary Teaching and Learning. The purpose of the slides this evening is to discuss about the maximum sections within a school building and to be most efficient with our staffing. It is not an evaluation of Orchard Lake Elementary or Impact Academy. This slide outlines our current enrollment of our elementary schools across the district. The last column outlines the average student ratio across all grade levels. As we reflect upon the class size and the number of students in each grade level at Orchard Lake, we see this as an overall enrollment process concern of Orchard Lake rather than just an Impact Academy enrollment process concern, and for the need to make adjustments to the current procedures to ensure a balance between impact and standard classes. By making adjustments of moving students from the standard classroom into the impact classrooms, we would be able to reduce overall sections by potentially 2 of a cost savings of $160,000. This adjustment would better align Orchard Lake to the student ratios of our other sites. This would allow us to keep impact in place for the 23-24 school year and provide us an opportunity to conduct a full program evaluation in the 23-24 school year as we simultaneously plan for boundary and attendance area adjustments with the onboarding of our 9th elementary school to support us with continuous improvement. This slide outlines the current demographics at Orchard Lake Elementary as compared to the district K-5 demographics, along with impact and standard classrooms. As you can see, there is some discrepancies between the two models at Orchard Lake. The data on this slide provides you with a picture of who is currently accessing our two models at Orchard Lake. Lakeville Area Schools applies the district-wide K-5 class size guidelines when assigning new sections. When adding a section for a grade, each section needs to be 1 over plus 1 more in one section. The guidelines include the following: kindergarten and grade 1, 24 students, grade 2, 28, grade 3, 30, grade 4 and 5, 32 students. Under our current procedures in the 22-23 school year, an example of applying these guidelines is as follows. In grade 3 at Orchard Lake, we have approximately 24 families who have their children enrolled in Impact, with 36 families in the standard model. Utilizing our current guidelines, the 3rd grade section of Impact Academy is 6 students below our class size guidelines, with 36 students remaining. Due to the fact that 36 students is over our grade 3 class guidelines, the district assigned these 36 students to 2 sections of grade 3 in standard classrooms, resulting in approximately 18 students per section, which is below our district guidelines. The chart that you see provides an outline of class sizes and sections of the other grade levels where Impact Academy is in place for the 22-23 school year. Due to the overall enrollment of Orchard Lake, keeping with district class guidelines and responding to family interest of both Impact and standard classrooms, this brings an imbalance of class sizes at Orchard Lake, which has an impact on our district-wide budget. By adjusting our procedures of moving additional students into the impact section, we would be able to potentially reduce 2 sections from 19 to 17. This would better align to our district average and provide balance across the sections and grade levels. This slide shows a scenario of decreasing the number of sections in grade 3 and 4 in the 22-23 school year by dividing the number of students by the grade level guidelines to balance class sizes within each section. With adjusting procedures, one possibility is the movement of additional students into the impact classroom from the standard classroom in order to create a balance. This slide outlines verified enrollment projections from HR and Principal Smith at Orchard Lake Elementary for the 23-24 school year with current procedures. This is not final staffing. This is just a snapshot in time. Enrollment is fluid, as you know, with students transitioning in and out. Please note, in grade 3, we have 1 student on a waiting list from Oak Hills Elementary. This could possibly change it to 28 total students for Impact. In grade 4, we have 1 student on the waiting list from Lake Marion. Again, possibly could be 27 total students for impact. By applying the proposed adjusted procedures, we would be able to potentially decrease one section each in grades 4 and 5 for the 23-24 school year. By dividing again the number of students by the grade level guidelines to balance class sizes within the section, you could see the ideal picture. Again, in order to achieve balance, this would require movement of additional students into the impact classroom from the standard classroom.
So again, what we wanted to show through that process, and thank you, Sandy, for doing that. Again, it's not just, before it was kind of listed as an impact issue, but you can see it's an enrollment issue. So what Sandy, I think, was trying to share with you is that you really have the ability when we get to that point to have the conversation of, you could say, hey, we want to absorb those 2 teachers, leave impact the way it is. You could say, we don't want to do anything, or you could say, hey, we want to get rid of impact. Those are really your 3 options that are there, but we didn't think it would be we thought it would be beneficial based off of what was shared before to come back and make sure that you understood that really, as we dug into it, it's more about an enrollment process issue than it is about just the specific program issue. But I do think, as she mentioned, at some point we have to have a deeper conversation in regard to what that program looks like, particularly when we get ready to have attendance boundary adjustments, because as you heard some people say earlier during our meeting before, they're landlocked, and so there's not a whole lot of growth there, but the adjustment in that area is something to take into account. So any questions for Sandy or I about that?
Director Carly Anderson.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to thank, we've received a lot of emails from our impact parents and the community, and really thank you for reaching out. And gosh, there were some very innovative ideas coming from our families, so really appreciate that. I guess I'm wondering, Sandy, based on what you said, with the that makes sense, the transition of students, is there any plan for how that would happen?
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah,
Director
so you said
Anderson?
there's going to be to kind of, I guess, make the classes more equal size and reduce the FTE. There's going to be transition from traditional into impact, right? And so is there any plan for how that would be, what the approach to that would be?
Yes, when speaking with Principal Smith, she had mentioned that in grade 4, there are some students on the waiting list that we may be able to transition into those sections. Grade 5 is a little bit trickier, so we might have to have some more conversations as to what that would look like.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Director Lind.
I was surprised to see this, pleasantly surprised. It looks as though Impact Academy might grow a little bit, and we aren't eliminating a program if we go this route.
Correct.
Thank you for your work.
Director Keller.
So I think it should be noted that that shift that they were talking about doing is something that they've been doing. They do this every year with trying to balance it, talking to families about either going into impact or going into the conventional setting if they need some balancing it. So the impact has been in place for like 10 years, and this is something that they've been doing since that inception, I believe.
Yeah, it started off as a school within a school model, transitioned to a full, and then back into
And
a
then
into
back,
school.
but when it's been that conventional school within a school, that's a practice that they've been doing to balance it.
Okay.
I just solely want to say I appreciate kind of it is a different approach than we were given last week. And so this seems like a very reasonable step in the right direction in terms of then after this year, we kind of have a deeper dive into what's going on. Yeah.
Correct.
The only other thing I would say is that obviously we have some passionate folks in that building, but as we transition maybe from some folks from the standard classroom to the impact classroom, hopefully they'll be ready to answer the call of questions that those families may have, because they need to be able to have that support as well, because they all get the opportunity to sign up for, do you want to be in impact?
Right.
Do you want to be in a standard classroom? And for whatever reason, some people have chosen not to, and if we make that adjustment, you may have some folks being placed in a classroom that they chose not to. So that'll be the catch-22 in all of this, is to be able to explain what that looks like, why it looks like that. Because I can't speak for the family, but you may have a family that may be adamantly against it. Then we're going to have to figure out what we do in that process as well. So just being upfront with everything in that, because you do have some folks that may not want to be in that, and for whatever reason, I don't know what that reason would be, but the principal and Sandy would have to walk through that with them.
Director Schindley?
So just for clarity for me, so when students sign up for the traditional, they want to put that option in there if they want to go to impact, and that's where the wait list comes in. Is that how that works? And then you transition if there's an opening from the tradition, so they've already approved that, yes, they want to do that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So families have an opportunity to apply for Impact Academy. On their website, they do have a timeline. I believe that process closed on February 6th. And then Principal Smith at Orchard Lake Elementary looks at those families who have showed an interest for Impact. She has an equity pool so that she can ensure that there is equal classes across the demographics within her building. And then the wait list also occurs while she is trying to balance the classrooms, not only within her setting, but then also looking at from where those students might be coming from an interdistrict perspective. If one is coming from Cherry View, does that potentially decrease the class size at Cherry View? If she takes one from Eastview, does that potentially increase a section for her at Orchard Lake? So she really is balancing a number of things as she's looking at that, and that's how those wait lists get generated. Not so much that it isn't meeting the cap, but she's trying to balance those pieces, and that's where the wait list gets generated. Did that help you?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Director Thompson?
Yeah, so can you restate again what exactly is the recommendation for me?
So the recommendation would be for us to be looking at an adjusted procedure at Orchard Lake, particularly in the 23-24 school year in grades 4 and 5, looking at the wait list in grade 4, moving some of those into students from a standard classroom to the impact where the wait list is, and then looking at other opportunities for movements in grade 5. While we offer an opportunity to do a program evaluation throughout the 23-24 school year, as we simultaneously consider boundary and attendance adjustments for onboarding our 9th elementary.
And that would, and by approving this recommendation, that will allow you guys to have 2 FTEs in reduction.
Correct, looking at grade 4 and 5 in the 23-24 school year.
And it does not impact any of the impact programs, classes, anything like that.
It does not, not with this proposal.
Just to clarify. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Your next area that you had asked about was the proposed middle school changes, and so Elida is going to visit with that. Then we've got some middle school principals that are also going to come up and present to you as well. So she's going to start it out, and then they'll tag in, I guess, along the way. So with that, Elida.
Thank you. Good evening to the members of the board and community. As Doug said, my name is Elida Kane. I am the Director of Secondary Teaching and Learning. And tonight I'm going to be providing some data and information that you requested regarding this proposal from last week. And then after that, the principals will come up to share what they have put together regarding any shifts that may occur regarding the schedule or learning experiences for our students should those adjustments be made. Uh-oh. There we go. Now if I can figure out what button I just pushed in a minute, we'll be good. So the first thing I want to do is just ground everyone with what our current model looks like, reminding you of what our ELA model looks like, as well as our exploratory elective experiences for our current middle level students. In grades 6 and 7, we have 2 separate ELA, English Language Arts, blocks daily, one for English Language Arts and one for a communications focus. Our grades 6 students have a semester of coding and facts, and then they choose art or choir or band and have PE. In grade 7, students have a semester of health, a semester of STEM, and again, choose between art or band or choir and take PE. And then in grade 8, our students have a single block of ELA with the ability to then choose from the electives that you can see here. Uh-oh. So last week, there were some questions about the minutes, and so I just wanted to loop back around that just for a quick moment. So as you can see, our elementary students do have approximately 90 minutes every day dedicated to ELA, and that is the same currently for our 6th and 7th grade students, and our 8th grade students get 45 minutes. Schedules do vary slightly minute by minute, building by building based on their exact schedule. And the proposed plan will move our ELA classes to approximately 45 minutes at 6, 7, and 8. There were a few questions about the differences between the two classes that we have. And just to clarify that for everyone, our language arts class focuses on literature or fiction, and then there is some writing that takes place in those classes. And then our communications classes focus on that informational text or nonfiction and does have a higher focus on the communications, writing, and presenting. So why consider shifting away from the double ELA block? One of the main reasons is because currently that is what the state is asking for us to do. We have a current updated state standards from Minnesota, and we have to fully implement them by fall of '24. We have a steering committee that is meeting right now that has been reviewing and diving into them. But one of the big things that the new standards document requests of us is that there's reciprocity between the literature and the communication and the nonfiction the fiction and the writing, and braiding and weaving all of that together instead of teaching things in isolation, like we're doing right now. And this notable shift actually took place originally with the updated standards in 2010. In 2010, the state of Minnesota adopted the Common Core and added 15%, and they did actually ask us to have the reciprocity between those standards then. And in Lakeville at that time, we chose to continue with that separation of the standards. So now is another really good time for us to look at that. So I wanted to share what our neighboring districts are doing, and that's why I wanted to bring up that shift from 2010 and then the current focus for 2024 implementation. On the far right, you will see neighboring districts as well as some of the other districts that we often compare ourselves to. We have a history of comparing ourselves to high-performing districts, and that's, of course, because we are high-performing and we want to continue to be high-performing as well. So everything that you see here on the far left-hand side, those are districts that have a single period or a single block of English language arts for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Again, it varied district for district between how many exact minutes that was, ranging anywhere from 45 to 55 minutes per day. In the middle, we have districts that have that double block. Edina and Shakopee have a double block in 6th grade only, and then our neighbor Farmington has that double block in 6, 7, and 8. And then our other neighbor, Rosemount Eagle Apple Valley, has a unique kind of every other day flip-flop. So they'll get English language arts every day, reading and writing, and then every other day another additional dip. So averaging about 67 minutes per day. I'm going to put data up here in a moment, but I just want to explain what you're going to see when you see this data before it comes up. Please note the key on the lower right-hand side. When this pops up, what you'll be seeing is data in the green are districts that are performing above us. Districts that are coded yellow are performing similarly or about the same as us, and those in the red are performing lower than we are. This is a 30,000-foot snapshot data. We're not digging into details or subgroups here. We're not breaking this down by building, just a single snapshot of our performance compared to our neighbors. So at the very top, you can see Lakeville compared to the state. Moving down on the far left-hand side, you will see those first noted districts of Edina, Shakopee, and Farmington that have that 6th grade double block. Edina outperforming us, with Shakopee and Farmington underperforming compared to us. Rosemount, Egan, Apple Valley with that every other day, we are outperforming them. And going down further, the districts that have that single block, you can see that 4 of the 6 are performing better than us, 1 we are performing better than, and 1 that we are performing similarly to. So same information and data for grade 7. Again, Lakeville compared to the state at the top. We are performing better than Farmington, who has the double block. We are performing better than Rosemount, Egan, Apple Valley. Yes.
Maybe tell the board where you pulled this information from.
Yes,
so that
this is the
community
MCA
folks-
data, yes. And you can pull this from the Minnesota report card, should you want to look further, and you can disaggregate data down even further if you wanted to look at our buildings or look at any other subgroups or detailed information. And then that last section is the schools that have the single block there. So the 8 districts who have the single block in grade 7, you can see that 5 out of 7 outperform us, 2 of which we outperform, and then 1 that is about the same. And then just to also highlight our 8th grade, again, Lakeville is at the very top. Farmington, again, is the only one that has that double block that goes through 8th grade, and we do outperform them. And then everyone else does only have a single block like us for our 8th grade as well. And of the 9 districts here, we outperform 5 of the 9 districts with our single ELA block. And then just one last additional piece of data to share is our MAP growth. NWEA does a norms study, and if you see this number at 50% or higher, that would tell you that you should have a high confidence that your students are making the growth that you need, that they should be performing well and proficiently on the Minnesota Comprehensive Assessment. And we are doing well, but compared to other districts that have a single block in 6th and 7th grade, we should hope to consistently see scores consistently above that 50%. So this was the slide from Monday where we had initially shared some thoughts and ideas around the adjustments and schedule shifts. And with that, I will turn it over to the principals to share their thinking around this proposal and what that schedule could mean and what it might mean for students.
Yeah.
Yeah, are there any questions about that data?
Director Carly Anderson.
Thank you for putting all that together. I was curious, we did get this information ahead of time, so I appreciate that. And I, just because I like to understand the numbers, I did kind of look more at some of the demographics. And some of this I feel like is important to understand in terms of how the comparisons are demographically different.
Sure.
And so even when we think about English learners or percentage of special ed, those are things that I think really notably impact those numbers. And the other thing I was just thinking about is some of those districts aren't growing like we are. They're just at a different place in terms of, even when you think about, when you break down different demographic categories, what kinds of migrants from different backgrounds, right? And so, or when did they migrate, those kinds of things. So that piece, when I looked at it, and I feel it can kind of tell some of that picture. And I'm happy to share that with the board later. I was still crunching some of those numbers this afternoon. But the other piece that I think is important to understand is, when we, now I just lost my train of thought. Sorry, that piece. Oh, so the growth, like one district that I think would be important for us to compare ourselves to would be like Woodbury. Woodbury is a very kind of similarly fast-growing, very developing, further developing district. And so I looked at, their demographics are also a little bit different, but kind of more similar to us in terms of English learners and special ed, and their numbers look the same. So I want to be careful about how much we interpret those MCA scores to mean something. When you think about the western suburbs, those suburbs are known to pay their teachers a lot more. Like, there's just those kind of factors that I think contribute to those, and sorry, no applause, like she said, but those factors are really important in terms of the MCA
Sure,
scores.
there are so many variables. And you could even look at the 8th grade data. We are outperforming, and that could be due to our amazing 6th and 7th grade English language teachers and having that double block. We would have to do a deep analysis to really discover what is the crux of why and how we're performing in comparison to who. Thank you.
Director Thompson?
Yeah, I would echo what you're saying. I mean, if Edina can do it at 82%, I mean, what can we do differently to kind of get there? Because we can get there, and so that's what I see. And also with the other metrics that were shown, I'd be curious to know that the single blocks that they have in 6th and 7th grade, are they? What are those other schools doing in addition to offset? Because do they have another reading class that maybe we're not aware of that would supplement why their 45-minute single blocks are doing better? But knowing that other schools can perform with a double block model, I'd love to see if there's a way for us to maybe retool or restructure how we might be doing things so that we can accelerate our scores in that path. But personally, the more reading that we can give to our children, the better. I mean, I recall many scenarios where, my child was in class and they're like, "Oh, we had to read for 20 minutes in class." I'm like, "Oh, great." Not everyone may do that at home. So in my mind, the more that they can see, the better. But that'd be my point of view.
Literacy is currency. You can't really do anything else without being able to read and write well. So
Yes.
yes.
Yep. Thank you.
And before we move into that, just as an educator, I just want to put my little pin on that we're taught to look at that data and use it to figure out what we do to support our students. And with our test scores the way they are, and we still have some districts that are outperforming us with that double block, as a teacher, what do we do when we see our students slipping? We put more instruction in front of them. We look at our instruction. We make it more tailored to their needs. So I guess for me, it's really difficult to think about cutting a literacy course when I see that there's still a direct need for that. No question.
All right, our middle school administrators are going to come and share with you what they put together.
Is the clicker working, or is it? Don't say that to me. No? That's true. But we're just clicking on here.
Nope,
No?
you're too far now.
All right. So just wanted to go over the fine arts standards. I know that was a little vague the last time. So just to understand where we're at the middle school. The state now, there are 5 arts areas per the fine arts standards. We have music, so band and choir fit under music together. We have visual arts, media arts, dance, and theater. So in order to be in compliance, because we are out of compliance at the middle level, in every grade, in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, students need to be offered 3 out of those 5 classes and need to take 2 out of those 3. And we're out of compliance. So currently, we're out of compliance with this proposed schedule that you will see. We would be in compliance with our state mandated requirements.
So thank you for having us here. You asked for some clarification, and that's kind of what we're here for. We understand you wanted to kind of see a day in the life, see what a middle school 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade student currently has, and then what they would be proposing to have. So we were kind of tasked with a reduction. Obviously, we're under budgetary reductions, but also looking at an addition of an intervention time and looking at remaining with team time, and then also trying to incorporate our fine arts standard and being able to make sure we're in compliance with that. So if you look here, you can kind of see what our students have this year, and all of them at the 3 middle schools have these things. So you have an advisor, homeroom time, same thing. We call them a little bit different depending upon the building. Same thing, same amount of time. Every student gets math. Every student gets language arts, a communications course, science, Minnesota studies. They also have physical education opposite a band or a choir selection. So every student has a band or a choir opposite of physical education. So if you hear us say every other day, that's what we talk about. It's an every other day rotation. And then currently they get a semester of family consumer science opposite the next semester of coding, or they could get coding first and family consumer science second. So that's what they currently take. Now, with what we were tasked to be able to do, we had to be able to fit in a schedule that we also had the intervention piece, a reduction, looking at hitting the fine arts side, and still keeping the teaming side. So looking at 6th grade and being able to see what a 6th grader would have, still have the math, Looking at then combining language arts communications course into a language arts course at the 6th grade level. Looking at a physical education health piece, so we'd be actually adding health into that physical education side. Science, Minnesota Studies. Looking here a little bit differently, we would have a band option, choir, or a music exploration side, and then opposite that would be our intervention time. So in an every other day rotation, you're looking at, they would have band or choir or a music selection, and then opposite that would be an intervention time. That's also where a team time would fit in, so teachers on every opposite day would also be able to meet in their team time. Then looking at the opportunities here for our students with a 7-week wheel rotation. So every 6th grader would have a 7-week rotation in family consumer science, visual arts, media arts, an introduction to Spanish, and then also an industrial technology STEM. So every student would have those opportunities on a 7-week rotation. And we call that the wheel. Okay? So a little bit different than what they would have this year, but what does that get us? So if we look at the next slide.
Can I ask a question before you move on?
Absolutely, yeah.
For the intervention period, what exactly would that look like? Because I guess I'm thinking about it from a standpoint of research, and research would say that an intervention for it to be successful would need to be consistently applied every day over a 6-week period so that we could actually see some progress from that. So I guess when I'm looking at it being every other day, why couldn't we add the intervention into the wheel so that you'd have 7 weeks where you would be working with a targeted group of students, maybe our bubble kids for reading, to where we would be doing that in a more consistent basis?
In order to make the schedule work, trying to fit it into the wheel, then you're trying to have every student be able to get the intervention. And if you have your core teachers who you need to have offering that, they wouldn't be able to provide intervention during the wheel time. Okay. So you would have core teachers who would not be able to provide that intervention during that time.
Director Lind?
A couple of questions. First, what would intervention enrichment look like? There are people saying it's a study hall. So you tell me what it is.
Yeah, not a study hall. So I'll kind of reflect to, we went to Edina this last, January, and we were able to kind of see what Edina does, just as an example. And what they do is there's a lot of student choice with needing extra help in mathematics, in science. They're able to tap into their teachers to be able to see what they need as students, but also there's the enrichment side that goes with that. Teachers offer, now keep in mind they've been doing this for a few years, but teachers also have the opportunity to offer an enrichment in their subject area. You could have an enrichment in science, meeting kids' needs at a higher level, in family consumer science, all these different pieces you could have an opportunity for enrichment as well with that. But it's very student-centered, it's based upon what the students need, and being able to help the kids through that.
So
Another
all of
question.
I'm just going to piggyback
Okay,
off
go
of what
ahead.
Dr. A said. So all of our students in that time on a team, so let's say you have 150 kids on that every other day, their team of teachers meets one day. The next day they would pull kids for intervention. We'd set them up to have them have groups for like 3 weeks, and you'd have your core teachers and anyone else who is on the team. So like the band teacher, the choir teacher can pull kids to practice band more or to sing. But then they're getting that specialized, like they're looking at the data, they're getting that specialized instruction. If they need extra math help, if there was a chapter that they didn't get, they can go back and reteach it. Students that are doing well can get more time to get enrichment. So we have a way that we can schedule it with utilizing our teachers who know the kids, looking at the data, and then pulling them into pockets of need for like 3 weeks at a time that they would be in it. So it wouldn't be like they're changing every other day with who they're with.
My second and last question in this area is, what happens if we're not in compliance? It sounds very awesome. It sounds very bad. It doesn't sound awesome at all. Ominous. Ominous is the word.
Yeah.
Terry,
Not awesome.
He's the old board member, remember?
I'm trying to think positive here. Okay.
So we want to be in compliance, and that's the key. And we take our lead from you as a board, from our superintendent, and we need to be in compliance as Lakeville Schools. That's what the state expects, and we need to follow that. What happens to that, that's above our pay grade as principal. That is a district office kind of a piece.
That's kind of
what
why I
happens.
asked it, yeah.
But it goes back to the Minnesota Department of Ed when they do an audit of our district. So.
Doug, can you?
So I guess my first thing would be I've never been in a district or a state that when you're out of compliance, you don't get a remedial letter sent to you that says
A remedial letter?
that says you're out of compliance and you have to come up with a remedial plan to fix this. That's normally what state departments do when you're out of compliance. We have, to my knowledge, have not received that. Again, every other state I've been in would say to me as a superintendent, you have 30 days to remediate this out of compliance issue, and then they tell you whatever their state consequence is. So that's normally what happens. I'm not exactly sure why as a district we haven't had that. That's a State Department issue that I'd have to ask and find out why they haven't done that. So there could be that, or there could be, as it is right now, they may ignore it. I don't know why the State Department does what they do.
Okay, thank you.
Director Thompson?
Yeah, does out of compliance mean that we haven't offered it in so many minutes throughout the course of the year, or does out of compliance means that we just don't offer it as a
We don't offer enough of it.
enough of it?
Yes.
So when you say enough of it, means that we don't have enough hours of that particular course or class. So for example, art, it has to be full-time, is that, or?
You have to look at offerings, so don't look at it as hours or days.
Got it. As long as we offer it, whether it be 3 weeks or 12 weeks, the fact that we are offering it, then we would be in compliance.
That is our understanding.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, if you look at the sixth grade schedule right now, we're supposed to offer 2 out of the 3. We only offer 1, which is choir and band. So just looking at the sixth grade schedule, out of compliance. In the one for next year, we would be in compliance.
Director David Anderson?
Sorry, I just wanted to add on one thing there. Earlier, when Ms. Kane was talking about the sixth grade schedule, art was listed on there as an option for students. I want to make a correction there. In sixth grade, our students only have choir or band as an option. In seventh grade, art does become an option. Okay.
How long have we been out of compliance?
For a while.
Since you've been on the board.
I follow your lead, so I blame you. All right, and then one other quick question for the intervention. Are we using older students in enrichment to help with those programs? Like
We don't know
mentor?
because we haven't planned it out
We
yet.
haven't to that point yet.
Well, we used to have some type of mentoring program, so that's just a thought.
Yep. We also, we've talked about being able to do circles with our students, being able to do mediation, groups. There's a lot of opportunity there to be able to try to meet the needs of our students. It's not ideal that it's every other day, but we can do it at 3 weeks at a time and then switch them. So we're giving them more support than what they currently have.
So, question, what would it look like if we still had language arts and communications in there? Would you not be able to have those offerings?
If we're looking at adding something back in, something has to come out. So in order to put something back in, we have to say what has to come out. And since it's an everyday course and you're looking at every day all year, you have to look at what's the equivalent to that in order to make a reduction.
I will tell you that we have spent a long time looking at it and.
Something has to come
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Or the only other thing is you leave the schedule the way it is and you have to add a position in to cover what's there, so it becomes an additional expense. Because that's the only way, correct me if I'm wrong, from the work that y'all have done.
Correct.
If it stays the way it is to be in compliance, you have to bring another staff member on board to offset that out of compliance. Would that be accurate?
We would have to look at the fine arts standards as well, anyway, and we had started that process, yes.
Director Thompson?
So you would have to add additional staff if you took the wheel rotation and put it in hour 7 for the 22-23. I guess I'm trying to understand why, if it works in if it works for 23-24, why couldn't we do that for 22?
It's not in.
Because part of how they're getting the wheel, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, is by the reduction of the language art staff, which is 12. Instead of fully reducing all 12, they're bringing 6 teachers back in, 2 to each building, that offset those, that allow them to offer those extra opportunities in the wheel.
Yep.
Does that make sense? So there's language arts teachers in each building,
And for communications.
and 4 communications teachers. So by removing that, instead of reducing all 12 of those, which won't allow you to do teaming, they found a schedule which, in order to do that, Instead of removing all 12, they'd bring 6 back to be able to offer those opportunities in the wheel. Does that make sense? And if I said that wrong, throw something at me and say
what
we
we're
did.
not showing you is kind of, this is a student's view. So a teacher's view, you have to figure out there's also preparation periods in here. There's planning pieces that go in here. So what you're not seeing is the things that when teachers are on preparation, people have to cover for that. So you still have to account for students when teachers are on prep. So that's what you aren't seeing, and which might make sense if you did see that.
Director Carly Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. So my poor daughter this past week she keeps telling me that I'm interviewing her about middle school. So shout out to my daughter. But, and she is a huge fan of BARF, which is Be a Reading Fanatic. And this is something, and I know this is personal experience, and I want to be sensitive to that, but she has grown so much in her reading, returning from graphic novels, which I loathe, going from that back to these fiction, nonfiction novels and falling in love with reading. So appreciate that very much. So she does have a bias. I have a bias because of that. However, one thing I asked her when I was looking at this is what happens in advisory? Because I understand, at least at Century, there's a couple days a week that might be flex time where you're getting intervention. And I know this because we had some history stuff that she was getting helped with and was really great. My concern is, when we have this intervention enrichment, and I've talked with a couple teachers, and one thing I do want to share with our community here is when you actually separate yourself from the email and dive into conversations with our teachers and other people have really different perspectives on this. And so I really appreciate that. Some teachers saying, you know what, I really love the idea of introducing intervention because that will help some of our kids who are really struggling. But I worry about the kids who aren't struggling. And so I think it would be great for those who are. But what does it look like for the kids who aren't and already have flex during advisory, and then now there's this intervention? I guess to echo what I think Terry brought up, what does that enrichment, that's the piece that you guys probably haven't spent all the time to figure out, but it's hard to say we can really, or me personally, that I can really get behind this model without understanding what that enrichment looks like for the modal kid.
Yep. And so just some examples that we got a chance to see at Edina, and some other school districts do. Some are doing a video club, and they do their daily news program through their enrichment time during intervention. You've got yearbook that is run through there. Student leadership and student groups are run through there. And so they run it at what the students need. Now, keep in mind, again, our example was Edina, and they've been doing it for at least 7 years. And so they started first year with 1 day a week. And then they added a day, and then they added a day, and then they put it into their schedule. And so they've been building onto that. So we get to kind of see this very interesting piece that they've been building on. But some of those things we could do as well, building upon what they've already begun. And so that's really, when you say what could they do, it's really what couldn't they do. It really kind of comes down to what are the needs of the kids. So what could we do during that
I think
time?
you also hit on a point. It's also up to the creativity and the imagination of our teachers to be able to put together what is needed. So what may be offered one year may not. Maybe BARF is offered, even though that's kind of gross. There could be a component that, as they work with their teaching staff to be able to say, what are those needs? What are those enrichment components that benefit our kids in those particular areas? So, and that's a challenge for them too, until they know exactly where this is going to kind of go. To be able to paint that picture is kind of hard for them to be able to do, at least in my conversations with them, and to their credit, they've tried to be able to make as much sense of it as they can.
I will say, I have, my previous district, we did do enrichment and intervention time, and what the teachers came up with, to Doug's point, with enrichment, unbelievable. Like, you take a passion area of a student, if it's the math teacher's week to be on enrichment for 3 weeks, thinking like, what can I do with my high achieving students that are doing great? What can I do to push them, to give them an extension of the learning, to do something that's in a passion area, to get them excited about a future career, to get them excited about high school. It's not just for the kids that are struggling, but it's also taking our kids and getting them in an area that they're interested in and being able to explore different options off of the different subject matters. We've had community experts come in and work with our students, teach them how to fly airplanes. like Dr. A said, the sky's the limit. Like, what can't they do during that time? And then, you know what, if we offer intervention and enrichment, then we're also talking about advisory. Does advisory have to look exactly the same as we have it now? It doesn't. We've already been talking about that, so.
Director Schindley?
Thank you for explaining this a little bit more in depth. So I'm going to piggyback off of Carly. My kiddo is now an 8th grader and has blossomed, super shy, has from English language arts and communications, amazing teachers pushed him and got him out of his comfort zone. So I have my reservations on it. I have to really look into the standards, the new standards that are there. I'd really like to delve into those to make sure that we're on top of that, obviously, to be in compliance as well. So when you have your day 1 and day 2, that wouldn't be an option to fit one of these arts into that to offset all year long, like you would a band choir. You're doing that day 1, day 2 situation. You can't implement that to flip-flop them. Not.
Again, kids have to be in a place and in a space in order for all this to make sense and to work. So what you're seeing here allows for about 900 kids to be able to go through, and that we're going to show you 7th and 8th grade as well. And so they're all interconnected in how these have to work. So it's not a standalone band only works with 6th grade. They also work with 7th and 8th grade.
Got it.
And your wheel teachers also work with 7th and 8th grade. So everything is interconnected with what we're showing you in order to make an entire schedule work. So taking one piece in part affects 2 other grades.
So just to ask a question about perspective, from my own perspective and for others too, did you envision a model, knowing that we had to make some additions for the visual arts? Did you envision a model on how that would work with communications in there?
We did.
We did, yes, we did.
Okay.
Our guys and our task was to reduce, and we had to reduce, and that was the course that was selected in order to reduce.
Okay,
So we
I'm trying
could-
to think about, like, is it possible, right? And isn't it possible in my mind, so that I have both perspectives there?
Something else would have to go if we got rid of communications.
Okay.
Yep.
And then you probably would get another set of people.
Okay, thank you.
So this kind of adds a little synopsis there from looking at the day in the life of a 6th grade student from 2022-23 to 23-24. So again, that coding would be replaced into a media arts course. Communications reading fits into that single English language arts. Reading is then integrated by all teachers, and our teachers do a nice job of this already, and a lot of us do some of those reading pieces with our kids. We do maintain a physical education, but we're adding in the health instruction and kind of braiding them together. And then the addition of the 7-week wheel for industrial tech STEM, Spanish, visual arts, media arts, and family consumer science. So the change, again, is that family consumer science goes from a semester to a 7-week wheel rotation. And then, again, our tenet was to make sure that we could have a collaboration time for our teams and team time, addition of an intervention or enrichment, and then also that music exploration kind of coming in to help us add in an opportunity for kids into that fine arts piece as well. So in 7th grade, very similar, because again, let's please.
Come back to the.
Well, if you want, that might be a good time for you
Okay.
to kind of kick in here and talk about
Okay.
reading.
I just was going to speak to the reading is integrated by all teachers and incorporated into intervention time. We know that it's a concern removing the communications class. And we know our students need to read. And at Kenwood, they've been reading a ton. I can speak from that, and it does help. So in this, we have to look and think differently at how we teach. And our belief is that all teachers are reading teachers. And speaking from experience, when I was a teacher, I taught 8th grade math. And one of the districts I taught in was on there that was performing better than Lakeville. And we, district-wide, went to every teacher as a reading teacher. We did a lot of professional development with all of our staff. We all had to talk about how we were incorporating reading strategies. I can tell you from a teacher, having to shift my lens and be a reading teacher while teaching math, it helped me as a teacher. I improved my practice. I did a lot, like Kids can do math, but if they can't read the question or understand the story problem, it doesn't matter if they know how to do the math, they're going to get the problem wrong. And so we talked about reading strategies. We did vocabulary, like every department had to. The district went and did a lot of professional development, and it's not fair to just put all of the reading standards on our English language arts teachers. We all need to be reading teachers, and we all can be doing a better job. They have to be able to read to be successful. So that is one thing that we considered in this plan and that we would like to work with teaching and learning on, is to have some professional development and make it be a school-wide initiative where we all are reading teachers and we're incorporating those strategies into all of our courses.
So you mentioned that you had visited other districts. So some of these other districts that you visited, is that the reason they're cutting back on their blocks, because they're trying to get into compliance with this?
We went to Edina to look at their
Edina.
Explorer
Okay.
and intervention time and look at their school day. So that's the district that we went to take a look at.
Okay.
So
And they have 90 minutes, is that correct?
for 6th grade, they do, yes. Yep.
Okay.
And
So
they're
how do
single-
they
And they're
make-
single blocks for 7th and 8th grade.
How do they make that work with the fine? Are they out of compliance too? I'm just asking.
I'd have to go back and look at Edina's entire schedule to answer that. I don't
Okay.
have that in front of me. So,
Thank you.
But I can get you that information.
Okay.
Okay. And so as you look at 7th grade, again, a day in life of a 7th grade student from this year, again, very similar to what you're seeing for 6th grade, math, language arts, communications, science, U.S. studies or U.S. history. Again, physical education is opposite their band choir, and they do get an art opportunity as well. But it's a choice between band or choir or art. And then they get a semester currently of health and a semester of industrial tech STEM. And so then looking at that for next year as a proposal, again, every student getting math, and then the English language arts, again, physical education, health, the science, the U.S. studies or U.S. history, and then that opportunity of band, choir, and music explorer opposite that intervention or enrichment time. That is also where a team time would be, so team meeting time, and then that wheel rotation again. So looking into that 7th grade year, they're going to build off of the skills that they had from 6th grade. And so you have a family consumer science, a visual arts, the media arts, intro to Spanish, 2, and then in the industrial tech STEM for a 7th grade student. Okay, it's very similar. A few classes do change, but then again, we've added a few other pieces in there. So now, again, just highlighting those, you've got your communications reading shift to a single English language arts course. Again, our reading becomes integrated into what we do. Maintain Phy Ed and health instruction, again, braiding them together, because health is currently a standalone class and physical education is a standalone class, incorporating those two together in 7th grade. And then addition to the wheel in those areas, those 5 areas. And again, our tenet was to keep a team time, work to a collaboration time for all of our teachers, addition of an intervention and enrichment time as well, as we talked about in the 6th grade slide, addition of a music exploration, and then that compliance for the arts.
Can I ask a question?
Director Carly Anderson.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understand this. So previously, STEM, IT, STEM is not in 6th grade.
Correct.
It is in there now in this exploratory wheel for 7 weeks.
In the proposal, it would be, yes.
And then in 7th grade, it's decreasing from 16 weeks to 7 weeks.
Semester.
Semester.
Into
Is
7
that
weeks, correct.
Yeah, is a semester about?
Half year, 18 weeks.
Okay.
yeah.
And so is there, so I guess I have 2 questions. Is there any impact in terms of what they can do in a 7-week versus, I'm just thinking about like, how
There-
does that
there is an
impact their
impact, yep.
projects or that kind of
Yep.
thing with,
There-
because
there
IT
is an
STEM is
impact.
something that a lot of people care about.
Yep, you get a 7-week course, and so with that, you do have an impact, and you have to then build those skills each of the 3 years, instead of not having it until 1 year and then not having it again, or an opportunity until high school. So we're trying to build in some opportunities for kids to have these Explore courses as they then start making their selections for high school as well.
Okay, and then the Phy Ed and health, is this like back in the day when I was in PE where you would maybe have, when you're braiding it together, where you have like a few weeks where you go to health, or like how does that work?
Yep, that's it. So if you break it down, you'd have roughly a 9-week block throughout the year. You can either do it in a single block, you can break it out according to weeks or days, and that becomes part of what a physical education health teacher can incorporate into their class. So 8th grade currently does break it out into physical education and health, and they have multiple weeks as health, and then they'll do multiple weeks in physical education, and then they also interweave them into what topics they're talking about in health, and then bring that into physical education.
So is there any numbers difference in terms of I care, like, just in terms of thinking about Phi Ed for middle schoolers, it seems like both of them seem important, but does that decrease number of days in Phi Ed across the year?
The model actually does increase the touches of physical education, and then you get health built into 6th grade as well.
Okay.
Director Schindley?
So just for clarity, so can you go back one slide? Yeah, okay. So when you said that there is an impact for the 7-week, what if your 6th grader doesn't choose the same type of path and they want to try something else? So you said, you want to build, right? You want to build from 6, 7, 8, but what if they choose not to do FACS or Intro Spanish?
They currently don't get choice. And so your 6th grader doesn't get choice other than a band or choir. Your 7th grader doesn't get a choice other than band or choir. And so with that, as you see, the health and industrial tech are given courses. They're an Explorer for a semester each. And so here you're actually giving 5 opportunities for different courses.
No, I think she meant if they don't take the same course from 6th grade to 7th grade, you're not really building on it.
Right. I'm just wondering about the building, when you said you had to build on it each year.
Sure. As you look, if you take industrial tech STEM as an example, they do safety tests. And so you have to be proficient on all the machines and devices before you can go ahead. So if you're building from one year to the next, you've already built some skills in safety. You might take less time in 7th grade, even less time in 8th grade, and you can kick into projects directly. Same with some family consumer science. And you're a different piece and a different project each year as well, and different tools and abilities each year as well. So I use industrial tech STEM as an example. So.
I think what she's asking, though, is you don't have to take STEM every one of those 3 years. By having those options, her child or my child could choose to take something different every year, correct?
Nope. Their rotation of wheel is the 5 classes that you see there.
I think that's what you, is that what you were asking?
That's what I just wanted to be clear, because okay.
Yep.
So I have a few questions, just bear with me. These questions were asked by educators, and I just want to make sure that for clarity reasons for our teachers that are in the room, that that they get the information that they need. So with this model, I had concerns from teachers that they were losing a common planning time. Is that correct?
They have a common planning time every other day.
Every other day.
So it would go from an everyday common planning time to this proposal of an every other day common planning time.
Okay. And then some other questions that came up were based on the model that we've had. The reason that it was designed this way is so that they would have the double block for 6th grade and 7th grade, and then reach mastery more by 8th grade to prepare them for high school, so that they would be ready for that. So then thinking about that and looking at the MCA scores that we had, our 8th graders looked pretty good. So that to me would make sense. So what is our plan for making sure that we're meeting all of the standards that are in the updated English language standards?
And again, we're
The
in
content
proposal stage, so that would
Okay.
be work we'd have to go back and work on.
Okay. Any other questions for that one? Director Thompson?
If we were not in a budget situation now, would you consolidate language arts and communications?
If we weren't under any budget cuts?
Correct.
We would be looking at, if we weren't under any budget cuts, we would still have to look at our fine arts piece and to see how we come in compliance with fine arts for next year.
So then that would more than likely warrant an increase in costs because you got to bring in that individual. So, or bring in that particular class. If you offset that with hour 7 or something like that.
It would be an increase in cost, or you would have to reallocate our current FTEs if we did it cost neutral, which means we would have to look at removing a course and putting in a fine arts courses.
And you'd have to do that for all 3 grades, not just for 1 grade.
Director Carly Anderson?
Yeah, I think this feels like a fact-finding mission, right? And what I really appreciate is how you guys are, you can't work so far ahead, so I know a lot of the questions we're asking you, it'd be too much work to plan this all out right now if it doesn't get approved and things like that. I guess it's just, it's a question of like, how does this actually play out? And how is it playing out in other districts who do something different? And so when we're comparing ourselves to other districts, what does that schedule? I think that would be helpful for at least me to see is when other districts are in compliance and doing things as they are supposed to, and how does that look? So either with a double block or not a double block, and how does it all fit? And so this is, I think what the challenge of all this is it's not reasonable to ask you guys to put all this together in a very short amount of time, and it feels like it needs some time to figure those pieces out so that we feel fully informed, or at least I'll just speak for myself, about how this actually plays out for our students. Yeah.
What I will say is to build a master schedule and to make it work is a difficult task. It really is. And you're asking to schedule 900 kids, 64 faculty, all the staff that goes with that, and make it work. And that's what you're asking us to be able to do, and that's what we want to be able to do based upon what the request has been. So if we go to another district, they might have different things that we don't have, and they might have different budgets that we don't have. So we do ask. We do have friends in other districts. We kind of see, what are you offering? How are you offering? But it's never just an apple to apple. It's they have something we don't have, and they offer this, or their schedule's a little different, or their times of day are a little bit different. So you're still trying to make it work based upon what we have. But we do want to make sure that we're getting the best for our kids and ultimately for our teachers as well, and that's what we're trying to do.
I can speak to my previous district before I came to Lakeville, and we went through this 4 years ago with being in compliance with our fine arts standards. And the middle school schedule that we had to end up going with to make it work was very similar to what we are looking at right now.
I think some of my concerns also come from the additional cuts that are proposed at the middle school level. When I think about an intervention time and what our most neediest population of students require, some of the concerns brought up by middle school educators involved the resource teachers being cut at a couple of the middle schools and then not allowing for some of that co-teaching that's been happening in the classroom. And then, so when I think about like the combination of that with the combination of missing, a section of our communications, and then we replace it with this intervention time that wouldn't be every day, I guess I'm really worried about like our ELL population and our special education population. Is that what you're seeing too, though? Is it that there's that teaming model would be lost from the special ed?
The teaming model is not lost.
Or the co-teaching model?
And again, when you're talking co-teaching, you're talking individual people and making those pieces work in the
Right.
schedule.
Yep.
And so to hypothesize about that, I can't quite do, but again, I can understand where
The concerns are.
the concerns are real. Yes,
Okay.
I understand that, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Dave's not here, but y'all did visit with him because that was one of the questions I think that you asked, and he tried to walk you through that as best he could.
Correct.
As far as how that special education and
Okay.
student services would actually be bringing some supports to you, not necessarily depleting, taking everything away, I think. So,
Okay.
and I can't speak for Dave, he's not here, but he did visit with you. And if you want to share anything about what he said, you're able to. I don't want to speak for him, but I know you all visited with him.
Because I did meet with my department at Kenwood after we met with him, and we did have concerns, and we sat down with him, and he explained things to us very nicely, where we're looking at doing a restructuring of how we do special education in Lakeville, and it has been needed even before the talk of budget reductions. It's going to take a shift in us in the way we think and how we service our students, but it still is going to work, and it probably will end up working better than what we think with the shift in how we service. So we're still going to be meeting all of the needs of our EL students and our special education students, but the way we're going to be delivering our service is going to look a little bit different, but we're still going to be able to co-teach. We're still going to be able to have our kids on teams. The one piece that will probably shift is that the case manager might not always be able to meet with the team that their student is on, but they might have students on various teams and might have other opportunities that might work better for them in collaboration during the day.
Thank you for that clarification. I just want to make sure I'm
Yes,
getting all the questions
absolutely.
asked that people have asked me. Director Thompson?
So what was the cost savings opportunity for this one? Was it 560? Is that what I recall?
I want to say it's about $500,000.
If not
Well, it's
more.
six teachers at 80,000 average, so it's just shy of $500,000. Is that, it's on a later slide, but is that right, Bill?
Okay.
Okay, but I think it's about $500,000.
Got it. And so I feel like, for $500,000 definitely sounds like a lot, but it feels like at the sacrifice of additional reading at the sacrifice of reading and more writing, I don't know, as well as the compliance with the state. While I think having alternative choices for our students is a huge plus. I'm not comfortable with that, but that's just me. So I would like to see if an opportunity where, Director Baker proposed, what would a model look like by keeping language arts and communications, by trying to stay net neutral if we can, and if not, what would be the additional delta be or the gap be for that one additional, whatever it may be to stay in compliance with the state. I just wanted to be able to I want to know if we can do that. So we'll figure out if there's another $500,000 elsewhere, but I do appreciate the initial proposal. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
We do have 8th grade.
Okay, why don't you move on to 8th grade?
And I'd like to talk about what your son experiences.
Because no offense, even though you said that, that's a whole board decision on what you want to do.
Yep, totally
I think they need to share all the information so everybody has a whole picture of everything.
Yep.
And then I think you as a board get to decide what you want to do. Absolutely.
There we go. So for 8th grade does look a little bit different. And as Director Shinley talked about, this is where the choice comes in this year. And so, again, every 8th grader has algebra, English, physical education, health, science, and global studies as part of their core courses. And then they do have an option of choosing 2 courses. Now, keep in mind, not every student gets those 2 because we have limited seats, because we have limited opportunities in space. And so with that, some students get there first, some students end up with their 3rd choice. And so, but they do have an option of family consumer science, industrial tech STEM, sport and society, art, Spanish, French, or ASL, and band or choir. Now, we kind of moniker there's some year-long courses where you get locked into year-long. And so also the languages are year-long courses. So if you chose a language and a music, those are your 2 choices. That fills out your schedule. But if you weren't in a language and you didn't have a band or a choir, you get a few more options. But again, you might not get your options as well, just because of limited seats for what we offer and how we currently staff. Now, moving into comparison of the proposal, again, algebra, English, physical education, health, science, and global would remain the same. And then very similar to, again, trying to make a schedule work across 3 grades. So you're having this mesh with 6th grade and 7th grade. 8th grade has to be able to mesh in there as well. So you'd be looking at the band, the choir, and music experience opposite that intervention and enrichment time. And then they would also have the wheel rotation of the family consumer science, visual arts, media arts, intro to Spanish, and then IT STEM. So again, every student gets those choices, not some students get those choices. And I think that that's kind of the key as well, from an electives to an explore. So, and then we wanted to recap those for you as well.
Do you have a question?
Yeah.
Director Carly
I don't know
Anderson.
if it's a question. I mean, the one I really struggle with, having gone through learning Spanish in middle school and continuing into high school, is kind of this idea of 7 weeks of Spanish. It's just, I mean, one, obviously, one thing that's been raised by the community that I totally have that perspective of, we're going down to 1 language later on too. And that really does, we would be a lone wolf around here in terms of that. But 7 weeks just feels like not, I don't even know if, I guess I would want to defer to the Spanish teachers, but whether that would even be worth it versus just not having it. My daughter does Duolingo. Like, that is to me, that's dabbling in French or Spanish versus this feels like I maybe would want to see a different activity as opposed to trying to learn a language in 7 weeks.
The only thing I think that I would say is you have to remember these are exploratory classes. These are not credit classes like a high school class. So I get what you're saying, but I think that's what they were tasked to do, is be able to provide opportunities for kids to explore, to build that interest or that skill. It's not a mastery of a skill at a middle level in any of your exploratory classes. Would that be an accurate statement?
That's correct. Yeah.
Director Thompson.
So in the current model, if someone does take Spanish in 8th grade, do they move on to Spanish 2 in 9th grade as well?
If they pass with proficiency, yes, they can enroll in Spanish too.
Is that the same with ASL? I would
Correct,
assume? Okay.
and with French.
Past proficiency, okay.
Director Kelleher?
So I know our Link 12 program offers additional foreign languages above what we do in our buildings. And I know we have a lot of high school students that take 1 or 2 hybrid classes. Do we have middle level students that are opting to do some hybrid classes as well in Link 12?
No, because we don't have anywhere to put them and supervise them like the high school does.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm looking
they
at
can't
our
drive.
Link 12 person too, and she was shaking her head no.
I didn't think we did, but I just didn't know if something had changed with that, so thank you.
Director Schindley?
The one downfall I do see with Spanish as well is, they get a whole year in 8th grade. They get a whole year now. They have an opportunity to, if they pass it, they do get to move on to Spanish 2 in the high school. So I'm struggling with that aspect, the whole year this year to get ready for their 9th grade year. So I guess I'm on the fence on that one.
I think too, it would be helpful to look at the numbers. So I can tell you at Kenwood, and I love and adore our Spanish teacher, but there's 80 kids. So if we're thinking about impact for all kids, and I know from working at the high school, colleges don't always require the 2-year language anymore. And so things are shifting. We could turn that class into something else, but given our parameters and FTEs and having to do reductions and having places for kids to go, we have to do a wheel. And so whether that is Spanish or not, there's no room to put a year-long class there. And I do want to say that we met with teaching and learning, and we did not leave any stone unturned with looking at the schedule. We did, after the board meeting last week, went back and did look at a schedule with adding communications back in. We did look at a schedule of doing every other day reading. We tried, and given our parameters and having to do reductions, we could not make it work. But we did try. We sat with teaching and learning, and we did go through that.
Director Carly Anderson?
What if the parameters were different? I mean, what if it wasn't the same demand, if we were able to cut? I mean, is there were you considering anything middle ground, or it's just this or that?
We really, again, building a master schedule in a week and a half takes almost
Right.
every waking hour to make it work. And hypothetically drive it so you can have kids make it work. So if you give us different parameters, we need to know what those would be. So we would then have to go back and recreate another master schedule. So again, I know that our superintendent has done a master schedule. He can kind of speak to that as well. But it's no small undertaking.
No.
So if we move a piece, we have to be able to understand what the parameters are of that so we can make that schedule. And again, we'll do those things if you ask us to do that. If those are some parameters that you wanted to change, and again, we take our lead from our superintendent and the board. But again, it would take some time for us to be able to come up with that for a change.
Yeah, just taking an initial swing, because as he said, I've done some master scheduling myself. My initial look at it is you're adding staff in order to do it, so it's a cost increase rather than even being able to stay neutral. That's just my initial penciling, trying to figure it out in my head to be able to keep the classes that are there and meet the fine arts requirements. It's additional staff. Or you're giving something else up that really, you can't give up math, you can't give up the other language arts class that you want to keep, you can't give up science, you can't give up social studies, you have to teach PE and health. You could reshrink some of the electives, but then you're right back to the issue, from what I can tell, of not being able to be in compliance with what the state asks us to be in compliance with. That's my initial swing. I don't have a black and white one, but I think these guys have built a middle school schedule more recently than I have. But that would be my initial thought. If there are some other parameters that you're thinking, because I thought I heard, when you get to that point in the conversation later on to make decisions, if there are some other parameters, you can give those to us and we can try to work through it. But you just need to know it's not going to be tomorrow that they're going to be able to turn around and give you that response. Is going to take a little while to do that.
Director Lind? Sorry, go ahead.
The biggest thing, is our middle school model and teaming. we all believe in that, and we all know that the middle school model is very expensive. And with the developmental stage of 6th through 8th graders, this is the time where they need us most. And the social emotional piece and being able to have advisory, being able to have team time, even with this schedule going down to every other day, being able to have that support is so important. And if we did look at other schedules and we still had to reduce, we possibly would be losing teaming. And so that's one thing we need to think about. Do we take away teaming, or do we reduce some classes? Because that's really what we're facing when we look at the master schedule without like adding FDs like Dr. Van Zyl said. Sorry.
Director Lind.
In that regard, I would not be in favor at all of taking away teaming. It's, for that age group, it is the best thing since sliced bread in my mind. It's great. I just wanted to say that I know it's a lot. It's a big project. You're asked to do something almost impossible, but you did it. This scheduling and cutting FTEs, I've done that. It is. I'm surprised you're still standing tonight. I really appreciate all the efforts that you've done on this. And if we come back with other ideas for you're going to be doing more of it, I just want to say that I think you've taken a really tough issue and handled it well. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
In the efforts of timing, I'm just going to ask the board members if they have any additional questions now for our presenters, or if they can wait for our further discussion, just keeping an eye on time. It's almost 8 o'clock and we still have 2 more items to go through.
I just have a quick clarifying question.
Go ahead.
And appreciate that you all have been up since I know what time middle school starts, so appreciate that. So is it possible, I mean, I also do not want to remove the teaming model, but wasn't that part of the previous referent, like is that even on the table? I just want to make it clear. Wasn't that part of the previous?
I'm looking, I wasn't here for that. I believe it was a component of that.
Yep.
So that's not even a
that's why
negotiable
the task that I gave them as they were looking at this is to keep teaming in that
Right.
particular schedule. And in all honesty, that's part of the dilemma, to be able to keep that in there. If you didn't have teaming, they could move some other parts and pieces around, but that's not best
I'm
for
not
kids,
for, I'm just wanting to clarify that that isn't even something that's on the
Bill,
table.
is that correct? Was that part of that levy?
Yes, it
Yes, it
was.
was.
Yes, it
Yes.
was.
Remember voting for it.
Director Thompson?
I would like to see a model that that maybe excludes Spanish, French, ASL, and sports and societies from potentially 8th grade, with an effort to potentially preserve communications for 6th and 7th, because I just feel like the basics I don't want to I don't want to go away from our core basics, which is that. And I don't know if that model, I don't know if you can do that. Now, so keep in mind, would there be any cost savings if we excluded those 4?
So you're speaking to an elective course and a core course.
Yeah.
So what you're asking us to do is to take an elective course in 8th grade and have that affect 6th and 7th grade courses.
I think the answer is no. I'm wondering if
That would be my initial, would be
Yeah.
a no, because
Yeah.
you have to still balance your 8th grade courses and where kids go.
Yeah.
And you've taken away opportunities for them to give opportunities for 6th and 7th graders, and we would then have to balance where those opportunities would be. So my initial would be no, but I would have to look at that more in depth. We would have to look at that more in depth
Yep.
to be able to answer that.
If I can add on, I did get taller, yeah, I'm closer to you.
I guess I think what I was wondering would there be cost savings if we excluded Spanish, French, ASL, and sports and societies in 8th grade?
There would be cost savings, but there'd be no place for students to go.
One
Okay,
potential
got it.
solution, Director Thompson, if we looked at removing Spanish from that rotation in 6th grade, in 7th grade, and in 8th grade, we could potentially put a communications or a language arts person in there for that 7-week experience for students. Okay, that would be a cost-neutral option for that. Kind of goes back to what Dr. Anderson was asking.
Okay, I think the rest of the questions on that, we could probably wait for our discussion as when we discuss it more as a board. So thank you so much for putting that together. We
Great,
appreciate it.
thank you all. I appreciate all your efforts. The next one is the 260 day, and I believe Brenda and Bill are going to come up and talk about that. And this one may, I think, go a little more quickly than the first two, so I'll turn it over to them.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Van Zyl, and members of the school board. At the last meeting that we had on Monday, the board asked for more information regarding the cuts to the 260-day leave staff. So we currently were proposing a 15-day reduction to have them align more closely with the administrators in their building. Concerns came up regarding the loss of benefits for these positions. So we also looked at a 10-day reduction, and Bill pulled the numbers that you can see on the slide there on the difference between the 15 and 10-day reduction. The 10-day reduction would not impact any benefits for the people in this group. If we look at doing the 15-day reduction, what the district would do is work with the LEAF president, who is here in the audience tonight, and put together some kind of an MOA to grandfather in the benefits so that there would be no loss to benefits.
And the other thing I would add, and Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, when you initially took a look at the reductions, you didn't figure in any reductions in benefits. So it was just in the days, either 15 days or 10 days. So benefits was never a component of the savings.
Yeah, correct. On the front end of here, we never intended to take any type of benefit away from anybody. We definitely just looked at the days and what that costs, and just strictly salary.
One question that we've received over email and from the community was asking if the reduction for the 260-day staff was district-wide, meaning that the people in the building that are 260-day employees and the people in the district office that were 260-day employees were having the same reduction.
Well, what we looked at is matching the 260-day people to what the administrator they work for. So if there was an administrator who works 260 days, then we look at that particular employee staying at 260 and only changing the ones with an administrator with a lot less days that they're working.
The other question, of course, that I've heard, I think, in regard to that is, so then the district's going to be able to say, hey, these are the days that you either don't work or don't have. As I shared with administrators, that's a conversation you have to have with the high school principals and their staff to be able to say, if you make these reductions, when is a more opportune time not to utilize these 10 days? Middle school, when is your time? Elementary, when is your time? Because it's probably different at each level. So it's not like that we would be saying, hey, you've got 10 days or 15 days less. Here's exactly where it's coming from. Those days would be a conversation with the administrators in that building and at each level, so there's consistency. The other thing, correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, is that, like, for example, your department has some 260-day employees that would be in this particular area, and if they didn't work, there would be issues with bookkeeping and payroll and things of that nature.
Yeah, for example, we do have one employee that works in our payroll department at 260 days, and we would be in trouble making sure the payroll is coming out if we lose those days.
Director Thompson?
How many individuals does this impact? I didn't get that number earlier.
I think that when I went through and looked at who would be affected, I came up with 18.
18 people. Okay.
Director Thompson?
Okay. So with 18 people impacted, times that by, let's say, 10 days, 180 days worth of productivity lost is how I'm viewing this for $50,000 in savings. I feel like that we can find another way, but that's just me.
And again, you're welcome to say there's any reduction that we've presented. If you don't choose to do it, which when you get to that discussion, the issue is then what else is going to go on that table, and you may have some of the same issues, whether it's staff or other programmatic things. And what we tried to do is look at the system, across the system, to take a look at different areas, and that's why it was presented that way. But I understand what you're saying as well. The issue that our conversation has been around is, and whether it's right or 100% wrong, or I'm not going to argue, is that if administrators aren't in the building, a lot of what our administrators should be doing is help me directing some of that work of what's there. I know our folks bust their tails and do things even when their administrators aren't there because they're self-motivated. But when you're dealing with $7 million with reductions, we were trying to come up with those areas that we could deal with. So.
Director Carly Anderson?
Okay, so 2 questions. Can I just clarify I think I know what grandfather benefits, are you saying that, so if we have a new employee hire do they not have access to those same benefits? Or the MOA means like anybody who's working this number of days gets those benefits?
That's correct. If we're looking at the 15 days, then any new employee would come in the contract with the 15 days less, so it would be a little different for their benefits.
And so they wouldn't have the same benefits?
Correct.
Okay, so then I have one other thing that I just want to say. Sorry, Terry, I can see you raising your hand, but I just have questions about how that would impact our ability to attract people to these positions. I similarly wonder about, in terms of how many, I also agree that it's probably not the case that when their administrator is there, they're not working and doing that work, and so the lost productivity piece. Is there any way we can consider, for summer, for instance, any transition to work from home where we might save on facilities costs or things like that, that would be a different option to cut this amount of money?
Well, if you remember the discussion from last week, we already have savings on the list to shut down for 2 different weeks during the year for utilities already.
But that's so whatever that cost is, I can think of so many organizations who are transitioning a lot of people to work from home to make sure that you're saving on facilities, especially in the summers where we don't have the students in the buildings.
Sure. You have to remember, we also have community ed taking place in our buildings during the summer. That's when a lot of our construction projects take place. So during the summertime, we have a lot of renovations, updating and things, so those buildings aren't really able to be completely shut down for as long as time as maybe we think that they could be to have people out. So those cost savings in utilities, even during those 2 weeks, is going to be a little bit of a struggle because our community uses those facilities. And so to go even beyond that, it would probably even be a bigger struggle, at least in our conversation. And I think when John gets up here, if he wants to talk to it as well, since he helps oversee all of our facilities, because there is a boatload of construction projects that take place during the summer to update.
We have maintenance projects in all of our pretty much all the buildings all summer long.
So is there more than, is there one person in the building, or is there 5?
I mean,
we would need one person there in the building, but do you need, how many people are actually in the building?
Okay, well, every building's got a different amount, and the construction projects are different in every building, so I can't speak to an exact number.
Sorry.
Director Lind?
So what you're presenting is 2 possibilities. Doing the 10-day with the reduction would not impact benefits, or doing a 15-day and then having an MOA written, grandfathering those benefits, but no new benefits, no benefits or reduction of benefits for any new hiree.
Correct.
Okay, so that's our choices.
Director
Right.
David Anderson?
I agree with Director Thompson. This is not enough savings to impact those people. So I don't support this.
I have a question regarding that. If you don't support it, we've got to get it somewhere else.
Well, there needs to be more discussion. So.
I think this will be part of our discussion when we get to that point. Let's let our presenters get through their information. Thank you.
So those were the 2 options from that particular area. Thank you very much. The other area was the ALC and the relocation proposal. I'm going to have John come forward, and he's going to kind of run through that. And Margaret's also here, who leads our ALC right now. So he's going to kind of run through the plan of what the adjustments would be. And then if you have questions about the plan or something about the ALC, Margaret's here to chime in as well. So John, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. So looking at the current ALC space requirements, if you look at the building as a whole, 5.5 classrooms, media center space, a little bit of flex area seating, office manager space, principal space, special education resource space, and a counselor. So just kind of show you as a map as a whole what the ALC looks like today. So you can notice the 5.5 classrooms. The media center is very small. Front office space, plenty of restrooms. So why did we choose KTMS out of all the places we looked at? School's offset start and end time by 30 minutes, so you have different times for the student arrival. KTMS gives us a secure entrance, dedicated bus area, dedicated staff and student parking lot, more functional classroom space. Also in this model, we gain 1.5 additional classrooms. You still get your open flex area. KTMS also has the additional classes with proper coordination with the building for potential of woods, metals, gym, things that do not exist in the ALC today. Also access to open field space, disc golf course, tennis courts, baseball fields, et cetera, that again do not exist at the ALC today. And also just a small piece is we no longer have to transport meals from KTMS to ALC to feed the students. Part of the logistics that I talked about, so we can utilize the pool circle for the bus drop-off. ALC runs 2 buses, maximum in the future, probably a third. The southern parking lot at KTMS gives us dedicated staff and student parking areas that aren't currently used. Currently, the bus drop-off for KTMS is on the west side, and the parent drop-off is on the east side, and all the staff parking is on the east side. Seldomly do people park in that southern parking lot. If it is, it's usually to park far away from people. And then also, if we do need ADA accessibility into the building, that pool entrance actually gives us a ADA accessible entrance into the school. The area within KTMS that we're looking at utilizing is actually the main locker room system within the school. And this is kind of what it would look like in regards to square footage. Everything would be sectioned off with a dirt wall system. It's a demountable wall partition. We've been using it for the last about 4 years within the district as we've had to create and adjust classroom spaces for our growth. But as you can see, they actually gain more space out of this method. It kind of show you with what it kind of would actually look like. You can see it with furniture. So they'd get 7 classrooms out of this. You'd still have your conference space, you'd still have your office manager space, your special education space. You get dedicated men's and women's bathrooms, plus 2 individual bathrooms in there as well. So again, as you can kind of see how that correlates between the two, gives you plenty of office space for your special education, your resource officers, your counselors, your principal. Just to kind of show you what a general classroom would look like, this is actually utilizing the furniture that exists today within the ALC. Again, this is actually a classroom that we retrofitted with actually the exact same furniture that we have within the ALC at Kenwood today. As you can see, this classroom space is about 450 square feet, holds 18 students, and we're looking at larger classroom space than this. So just to give you an idea of what that space could be. Again, reusing all the furniture that exists at the ALC today. They have a great media center piece, lots of flexible seating that we can utilize. For the open classroom conference room space that exists, again, we have all the furniture there to transfer over. And then again, just as we talk about the dirt walls, what does that look like? Demountable partitions. That dark blue wall is just an example of the walls we've put up within the district. You can see here again at Kenwood as we renovated last year and added additional office spaces, classrooms, conference spaces, what the dirt wall system looks like. It has the clear story on the top, which allows a lot of light to come in between the classrooms to make the room feel larger. Here again, we use that same system at Crystal Lake Education Center. I like this example because in the commons area, we filled in the floor and there's absolutely 0 windows within that space, and you can see how bright it is and open it is. And in regards to security and access control, like all of our other buildings, ALC will have hardened security entry for students and staff with our SIS suspect identification system at the entry. We can reutilize all the existing surveillance equipment, head-end equipment, classroom system activation and notification devices. All that can come out of the ALC and come to this building and be retrofitted in. So again, why KTMS? The building was originally constructed for high school students and activities. So that locker room is a huge space. It was originally probably designed for a big football team plus Phi Ed. The current space is large and underutilized. This model only takes 1 existing classroom from the middle school. After a recent capacity study that we did, Kenwood has the most available space among the 3 middle schools. And then also with the addition of the CMS pool, majority of the large swim events are no longer at Kenwood. So that gives us additional space within the pool area. And as I mentioned that, one piece with this is where does everyone use for Phi Ed, right? Now we can utilize the pool locker rooms for Phi Ed because the pool system is completely separate from the school. It's still attached to the school, but separate from this locker room space. We have dedicated offices within that space for the staff as well. And then by adding additional lockers out in the hallway, the community that does swim there would have access to lock their stuff up, go into the locker room during their session, change, put their stuff back in, and then go into the pool.
I have a question.
Director Lind?
I have a couple of questions, but I'm just going to ask two right now. I've been hearing that somehow Link K-12 isn't going to be involved in this space. Do you know anything about that? I don't see a...
It's combining of programs, not necessarily combining of space. So utilizing the staff to oversee both programs is what the combination is. It isn't bringing Link into the same system, so Link would probably have their same office here. The administrator oversees both of them. That's where the combination of those programming comes in.
All right, that makes sense, because I know there was concern about they meet with kids here occasionally, and that answers that question. What would be the exact, the times? You said there's a 30-minute difference between the start and end times?
Yes, so Kenwood starts at 7:24, and the ALC starts at 8 o'clock.
And what time is ALC out?
ALC's out at 2:37, 2:34, 2:40, and Kenwood's out at 2.
Okay, the only reason I ask that, because when that pool is used by high school and middle school, it'd be after 3 o'clock. So it won't be a problem with them coming into that area.
Sure.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you. I'll have some more later. Thanks.
So I have three things just based on some of the questions that I've been asked about this current proposal. Number one, do you have a cost proposal for the remodel?
We're currently working on some numbers at the moment.
Okay. All right. Number two, and this one comes to the loss of space, which would average about 4,000 square feet for that building. The concern is based on our current enrollment numbers that we have in elementary school and that bubble then going up into middle school and losing this access of classroom space for middle school students that we know are coming.
John, he's got a kind of a puzzled look. So yeah, he's deferring that one a little bit. That space, of course, would have to be built out with dollars to be able to do that. The sale of the ALC building is the dollars that you can use to do it now in regard to changing the facility. And then if we're able to do something adding on to middle schools to address this, or if the community decides, hey, we'd like to do an ALC with a career and technical center or something like that, this space is already renovated for those additional classrooms to be utilized within the Kenwood building. And Kelly can speak a little bit to that if she wants, because this space, correct me if I'm wrong, was part of phase 2 or phase 3 of renovations within that building. So it just would be renovated a little bit earlier in the process. Is that accurate? You have to come up here. You probably have to come up. You probably have to come up here.
So we were looking at doing a phase 2 remodel of Kenwood, anticipating growth at some point and being able to take the locker rooms, because we store furniture in there right now. They're not being utilized. So if we ever got to that point and the ALC went somewhere else, the remodel that is happening now, Kenwood wanted to have done anyway to be able to utilize that space. We are only losing one classroom, which is the health classroom. That's the only classroom that is being removed, but we do have additional space with our remodel over the summer that we would be fine.
You also may want to talk to, in your building, how that garden level area or basement area is being utilized, because I think that's been a question that's been asked of the board.
Yep. So our basement area is prime real estate at Kenwood. The teachers that are down there love the basement because of the classroom spaces. So we have a 6th grade team that is downstairs right now, as well as our Phi Ed, the locker rooms. And then we have art, and we have the IT STEM rooms are down there. So it's very bright. We actually don't call it the basement. It's level 1 of the building. When you come in the main entrance, you're actually entering on level 2.
So the final question that was asked by Kenwood Trail staff had to do with the gym. Right now you have one gym for all 3 grades because you haven't had the gym capacity like our other 2 middle schools have. How would that work with scheduling to allow the ALC campus students use of the gym when you are sharing one gym for 3 grade levels already?
Well, the ALC would not use our gyms during the day unless they asked us if there was a time when they weren't being opened, and then they could use them. We do have a ton of beautiful outdoor space, and so being able to take the kids outside and use the trails, the disc golf, the tennis courts, obviously there would be coordination with our staff, but Kenwood would still have the spaces for the Phi Ed courses. I know Margaret's going to come up here.
And I think Margaret could maybe speak to the current programming of what they have or don't have to maybe answer that part of the question. So the question was, I don't know if you heard it, Margaret, is about physical education space.
Well, currently with the schedule, actually, we get an hour because they're done at 2 o'clock and we go until 2:40. So the last hour of the day, depending on the scheduling, we actually may get to use the gym and access something we've never had in this district. So currently with our program, we don't have outside space. We have parking lots. We have a number of different businesses around our area. We don't have the ability to do that for our students. This would allow us some space outside and actually inside sometimes for our students.
Director David Anderson.
So at best case, this would just be a temporary fix, right? If we have growth to the middle school.
It depends, because I think that would be part of the long-range facility plan, because there is space on this building that you can add on to if you wanted to add another wing on to the building to accommodate that growth. So it could be or it couldn't be, depending on how that long-range facility plan pans out. And I think the other addition to that is, from whenever as a district we decide, hey, we need to do something, you're talking at least 2 to 3 years probably for that to move forward. So I know there's some concern about maybe displacing some kiddos and then moving them again. And Margaret can speak to that if she would like to. But for the most part, a majority of those kiddos would be able to be, if it happened, within that facility probably 2 to 3 years, because it's probably going to be at least a year before something happens related to facilities, and then 2 years to construct or add or do something else. So it really depends on where the long-range facility plan of the district goes, David. Is that accurate, Margaret?
I would say that's accurate.
Director Carly Anderson.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I guess I have two questions. One would be, do we have to, because you mentioned earlier about getting approval down the road to build a new ALC or a different building, and my concern about that is just the survey data that we got recently clearly showed not good support for building an ALC. So I think like part of this for me is also understanding, obviously, if this is a right move, but also not making the assumption that we're going to get approval down the road to build a separate building.
Yeah, and they're probably looking at me too. And really, the issue that we brought forward, and I think I've shared this before, is by the sale of the building, you generate some revenue instead of forcing a reduction. So by the sale of the building at the ALC building, that generates some revenue that keeps us from increasing the reduction of the district. So without the sale, then we're turning around and saying we've got $500,000 of additional reductions that we're going to have to move forward with on top of what has already been presented. And I know there's also been some conversation. I know some folks reached out to you in regard to, well, why don't we just sell it to the city and then lease it back? The initial numbers from the city would be to lease it back at about $100,000 a year, plus utilities, plus fixing it, plus ain't. So it really doesn't save you anything, and you're just turning around and giving money back. Here, if this is the plan, that's something that you want to do, you're at least taking some of those dollars that are capital dollars, investing it in your building, and you're getting some return on the investment, rather than turning around and leasing a facility back and not getting anything.
Director Kelleher.
I'm not sure if I'm clarifying something or not. Carly, you had mentioned that the survey shows that the community didn't support building an ALC. I believe it didn't support a bond referendum for building facilities, not specific to the ALC, correct?
There was specific information about ALC and the
But I think it was
new district
overall,
office.
I think overall it was not supportive of just building in general, too.
Yeah, I think what Peter shared when he stood in front of you was part of its messaging. The community doesn't see a need for additional space within our district right now in regards to a bond referendum of some sort.
Right.
So whether that's adding on to the middle schools, building an elementary school, adding on to high schools or middle schools, I think that was part of the message that he shared. If I not Peter, but trying to remember what he said. I think that's part of what he shared
Yeah.
in regard to. So the ALC would be a component of that. They don't
Correct.
necessarily see the need or the reason on why we would need some additional space is how I took what he shared.
Yeah, I agree, and I just want to make sure that the community knows it's just building in general to our facility needs and our space needs, not just specific to the ALC. And I do know it was listed in there, but it was overall with all building and bonds, but.
Director Thompson?
Yeah, I think we need to be very thoughtful around the long-term vision on this one because, in 2018, we had, 4,500 students in kindergarten, elementary. We now have 5,100 students. So we've got 600 kids sitting in elementary right now, and they're coming. So we've got to make sure that we've got capacity for them. So I know with Kenwood, it looks like you guys have 115 capacity. 922 is kind of the number that I saw in the reports. But you got 150 there. You've got 150 McGuire. It's not going to be enough. So if we move folks into this direction, will we be moving them again because we don't have the capacity? So.
Correct. Director David Anderson?
I think we also need to study it from all the emails, parent emails and on concerns and issues and some calls I've gotten. So, I think that it's fair to the parents and the public to address that.
And I guess from what John presented, what in there wasn't addressed, because part of what they were addressing was that I think the concern that people are just going to be able to roam the building. I think, John, correct me if I'm wrong, this is all self-contained within that particular location. And correct, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, but I swear I see the lines, it is.
Correct. Yep. Everywhere you see the blue lines, essentially is within the self-contained area. The only spot that doesn't exist today with a wall that would be built is where the line kind of zigzags over up to the main entrance there. Otherwise, everything else has a wall or a door, and there would be an alarm system on the doors. So obviously, we knew if students were to exit out, just like an emergency exit.
Okay. I do have two other things that were brought to my attention through email that I'm not as familiar with the Kenwood Trail building, so maybe you can speak to it. There was a concern about how this would impact fire code requirements, and then elevator access, emergency exits, and sped busing.
So we sat and went through the plan. I want to go back to what John was saying just to make sure it's addressed because I know that it is a concern with the sectioning off of the ALC. So I did, when we met, ask what happens if high schoolers are with middle schoolers and the vulnerability of middle schoolers and stuff. And I feel very confident with the plan that we are going to be separate and the high schoolers are not going to, it's like a school within a school. They have a different entrance. They're not entering into the middle school. They're going to use a different entrance. The main entrance does have stairs, so if they do need handicap access, they'll come in through the pool doors down there, and there will be a way to come in for sped busing and for handicap access.
Okay, thank you.
But the majority will use the other door for the main entrance.
Thank you. Director Thompson?
And just to clarify, there are two different savings opportunities. One, the sale of the building, which is about $450,000, is kind of an estimate. Is that what I saw? I believe.
The dollar amount hasn't been set.
Okay.
But basically what you have is you could use those dollars to pay for the renovations in this particular building, and then any other dollars you could use as the capital offset in purchase of materials and curriculum. So you get those savings in two particular areas.
Okay. But there are two different savings opportunities. One, the sale of this building, and the other one would be the restructuring of staff between Link K-12 and special education. I think that's about $479,000 in savings as well, ballpark. So just want to make sure that you don't have to do both, but that's what there's a difference between them.
I'm not exactly sure what you're asking about.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was more for clarification that you don't have to do both.
They're two separate issues. The combining of the two programs and this is a facility are two separate things. Is that what you're clarifying?
Yes.
Yep. Super.
Any additional questions on the ALC campus?
I think John wanted to.
I was going to say there was a cost savings too in the sale of the operation of the ALC by moving it here as well. I remember that in the budget line item.
Like the maintenance facilities.
Right, our general utilities, maintenance, building checks by maintenance. So there was a cost savings line for that attached to that as well.
Thank you.
Home utilities, I would think.
Yeah.
Anything else that y'all want to add?
Did we answer?
Super. Thank y'all. So Bill, you want to come back up and move? Do y'all need a stretch break, or are y'all good?
Director Baker, can I call for a 5-minute recess?
Yes, we
Is that
can
reasonable?
recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
balance the Title I budget to make sure we're not subsidizing it like we have been over the last few years. Transportation adjustments, looking at the fee area, eliminating it. Eliminating it. Looking at new employees as they come in to have limits at how much experience we give them on the salary schedule. Establish user fees for our use of our facilities for user groups in our community. And then we have a small support person that the district supports over at CLEC. That'll be moving over to community education to cover that cost. We were just talking about the ALC. We're looking at curriculum purchases from capital funds. We would be using the funds from the ALC to make those purchases. And then facility closures, appliance adjustments. We've asked our staff to take small appliances out of the buildings. And then cell phone reimbursements at a much less people be eligible and a lot lower rate at $2.2 million. Moving on to the ALC, when we look at the relocation, the savings on moving that, and then the administration being combined with Link 12 at a $480,000 savings. Our elementary schools. I'm just trying to remember what I have my list with each one. So, administration reduction, that's our assistant principals that have been put at those two buildings. Reallocating some leaf support staff to a few less hours in each building. Adding kindergarten STEM to our kindergarten classrooms. Orchard Lake, we talked about that this evening, the class ratio at Orchard Lake. Clerical support for Ignite over at Oak Hills. And then a behavioral support reduction at Cherry View Elementary, with a total in the elementaries of $730,000. At the middle school, information was presented to you tonight on the changes for the schedule adjustment and to align with state standards. And then there's some reductions in some leaf supports also there. And then the Epic Compass program at KTMS would no longer be there. Moving on to the high schools, again, we have some leaf support hours reduction in those buildings, and then world language reduction, which is 2 FTE at one at each high school, with a total of $216,000. So,
Madam Chair, can I ask a question about the foreign languages at the high school?
Go ahead.
So how many kids are taking French and ALS?
At the high school level?
I
sorry.
think the principal sent you that information today. I don't have it right in front of me. It's not a huge, they sent you an email, I believe. That
I've been sent a trillion emails. I just.
I know, but I'm just trying to think. Do you remember, Emily, do you have that one in front of you?
Just give me a second. I'll pull it up for you, Dave.
Half are by my wife.
I've got it, if you want me to read it out loud. It's up to you guys.
Do you have it, Brian?
Yeah, I do, yeah. So Lakeville North and Lakeville South. So in French 1, there's 9, there's 8. French 2, 18, 14. French 3, 20, 19. And then French 4, 5, and then 9. And so for ASL, Lakeville North and then Lakeville South, we got 43, 47. ASL 2, 54, 60. ASL 3, 19, 34. And then ASL 4, 8, and then 4.
And
I know ASL is a very popular class amongst regular ed and special ed kids.
the issue with ASL is not the enrollment for the class, it's finding a teacher qualified to teach it. That's the issue that we've ran into.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they've had long-term subs because they can't find somebody who's willing to teach that particular class. So that's part of why they recommended that to you.
How about for French, though? Are we?
He just gave you the French.
He just gave you the numbers are not.
Availability of staff or.
I guess we can discuss it later.
Yeah, we can discuss it, yeah.
Go ahead, Bill. Keep going.
Okay, then just to look at the totals, you see then district-wide along with the district office and the ALC at 5.4 million dollars. Elementary's at, like I said, 730. Middle school it's 670, and the high school's at 216 to give us a total of $7 million. I think. And then, of course, we have a list of alternative reductions, which we've talked about. Number one was looking at the class size at the elementary schools. Today, if we added one student per each grade level, that we would actually save 7 FTE, similar to what we talked about at OLE. So that's a savings of $560,000. Middle school activities came up as an alternative. That savings is about $370,000. And then the idea of we could temporarily use some staff development dollars for some other employees who are eligible to use those funds on for about $500,000. But again, we do have a fund balance in our staff development, but this would, draw it down pretty fast. We'd be, back here making reductions again.
I think we need to explain that, because that is, you see the word new next to that, and I know I shared some information with you. Bill and I, of course, have kept working on things in regard to what else is out there, and we do have 2 accounts in our district that run a positive fund balance. And so we've reached out to other districts, we've reached out to the state and said, what can we do with these 2 particular areas? One of them is food service that runs a positive $2 to $3 million fund balance. In other states I've been in, you had the ability to borrow from that every 5 to 10 years and use it for operational expenses. The state of Minnesota doesn't allow that. The professional development budget, now those are normally restricted dollars that has to be spent on professional development. But in conversations with folks, we have the ability to use that. It's about $1.9 million in fund balance right now. That you have to remember that it's one-time dollars, kind of like our reserve that we have that we've been dealing with, putting a reoccurring expense in there. So we could go back and code like a workshop day, find out what our total cost for all of our staff on a workshop day was, code that to professional development, have those dollars freed up to go into the fund balance. Or the other component that he's kind of listed there is our learning specialist. Is that the right group I'm talking about? Learning specialists do professional development, so we could code part of their salary to this particular area and spend that down. The challenge, as Bill was saying, if you put it in a reoccurring expense, it just shifts having to have that bill come due for a year. Does that make sense? And I know I kind of visited with you all about that, but for the people that see new there, that's what that is. So we did find that there are some dollars that we could use instead of ending the year at $211,000 in the fund balance, which is not where you want to end. We could build some of that fund balance back up, either with all of that 1.9 and get close to $2 million in our fund balance, or take a portion of that, put it in fund balance, and then use a portion of it as a stopgap for a year, because that bill comes due the following year if you use it toward the learning support. Does that make sense? I know I kind of visited with you all about that a little bit, but since it was new, I wanted to make sure we pointed it out to the audience, pointed it out so that if you guys had any further questions, you could share that as well.
Can you clarify if this is for the learning specialists, were any of those positions cut?
No.
No, so this would just be like not saving a position, but paying them out of a different pot of money.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just basically bumps that whatever amount we put toward that out of the reduction for a year. And I know somebody said, well, maybe we have reductions in that. You have to remember those folks are also certified staff. So if you remove a learning specialist, they're certified, they're going to be able to bump somebody else out. So you don't really get a cost savings by moving those folks out. We can get a little bit of a cost savings for a short period of time by coding them. But then again, we have to then come back up with that $500,000 the following year to cover that hole. And that, you know what I'm saying? We kind of dig that hole by supplanting those dollars. And Emily, I don't know if you want to talk to it all about the fund balance, because some people say, well, gee, professional development. We're not doing some things, but we're doing a ton of things. It's just been something that's built up over time. Is there anything you want to add to that, Emily? I don't want to move on.
I would just add that part of the reason why that fund balance was built up over time was so that we could offset staff costs in the teaching and learning department so that they weren't coming out of the general fund. So when we made our initial adjustments in the fall here, January, of that 1.5 million, we did take a look at all the district office staff, figured out what percentage of their job was professional development, recoded them to professional development so that we could free up dollars in the general fund. So what we're looking at doing is expanding that to others beyond the district staff that also conduct professional development. And as Doug said, that will free up some dollars into the general fund, but that's only for 1 year. So once that $1.9 million is gone, we don't get another we built that up over the course of about 15 years or so to be able to make sure that we had appropriate dollars for staffing that didn't impact the general fund.
Director Lind?
Yeah, I've been concerned about the fund balance. I think our projection was 200,000 this year and 0 next year. Was that the current?
200,000. Good.
Okay. Yeah, the projection at this point is June 30th of this year will be $211,000. Okay, the next year, if we don't make the cuts, it'll be way below 0.
Yeah, we can't do that.
We can't do that. So
no.
that's why we're here today, looking at a way to fix that.
And I look at the fund balance as kind of a safety valve for us. I'm thinking about we're making cuts now or reductions now, and we're saying, okay, if we raise fees in our facilities, $480,000, well, we can make that much off it. Well, maybe the users don't want to pay that rate, and we don't get $480,000. That money still has to come from somewhere. So that cushion of that fund balance is kind of a safety valve for us. And also, it's also possible, it has in the past anyway, I don't know if we'll be in that predicament now, but for cash flow purposes, there were times where we were months behind from the state and we had to use that fund balance in cash flow. So there's a lot of different things, but yeah, I think we do have to look at that.
Director Thompson?
I agree with you, Director Lynn. I think last time we were here, I shared that while closing the $7 million gap gives us like $0 in our savings account. So in essence, we really ought to be trying to save $8 to $9 million in a reduction to have some money in our savings account. Now, keep in mind, $2 million out of a $188 million expenditure means that's just 1%. We have 1% in our savings account if we had $2 million. Now, I think we're super fortunate right now that you guys have identified a surplus in the professional development fund that we could potentially leverage. And so let me clarify that my understanding. We can transfer the professional development funds of the 1.9 to any activities that might have occurred this year already that can be tagged as professional development and use that professional development funding, for that. That would then free up whatever dollar amount that we would have, wherever it would have came from, for that 1.9, which would more than likely be the general fund. So then that would allow us to kind of offset that so that we could kind of get back to almost $2 million as soon as possible. So there's a lot of stuff that could happen between March and end of June. Like, we don't know. I mean, all we know right now is that we've got $211,000 in our savings account. This would give us 1%, would help us minimize not needing to go up to $9 million potentially to be really safe for this coming fall. But that's with the assumption that we still have to find 7. I mean, just because we have this 1% buffer, that doesn't mean that we stop at 5 or 6.5. We have to be thoughtful about the long-term plan.
Agreed.
Do we make a motion to?
I would probably say wait until we kind of run through what those things are, because we're almost, I think, done with that, and then
This is our last.
Oh, this is our last slide.
Okay.
So be ready, because here we go. So really what we need you to do is to take a look at everything that's been presented and really have a couple of options that you can do. You can either do all, none, or some. Is kind of where we're at. And then that gives us the guidance and direction administratively to be able to start addressing some of the situations that we're in. So again, you can do say, hey, we love everything. There's no issues. We don't have any other questions. You could do everything. I'm not assuming that's the case. And then you could say, hey, everything sucks. We don't like it. Come back with another $7 million, which I don't know where we'd come back with that. Or you can kind of walk through piece by piece, starting with the one that you were just talking about, saying, hey, this makes sense. I make a motion to accept or approve this and move forward. That's kind of the direction that we need from you as a board.
Okay, so let's move on to recommended actions, and I'm going to start with all. Do we have a motion to approve all of the cuts? Hearing none, we'll move on. Do I have a motion to approve some of the cuts?
I'll make that motion.
The motion was by Director Anderson. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Director Lind for some of the cuts. Let's move on to discussion of that.
So now what we need from you is what are those sums that you're comfortable with? And so you just need to maybe walk back a little bit there, Bill. There you go. Again, I don't want to assume, but I know we also kind of sent out a consensus email to our folks that were on the task force that we had. I can tell you it was almost unanimous from them that first item that's there in regard to the pandemic issues was something that they're like, yeah, that probably makes the most sense to eliminate any positions that were a component of the Link 12 system or any other positions that were added because of COVID. But again, that's just some more information for you. So let's start with that one.
Do you have any discussion on that? Director Thompson?
Yeah, so can you share with me some more? I think last time I asked how many FTEs do we have that are part of Link 12? I know that there was a 10 FTE reduction. What do we have remaining? Is it like 4? Is it like
Oh, no, there's much
8?
more than,
I don't
there's
know.
many more than 4.
And Dana, I don't know if you have that on you, or how many staff would be with the proposal? How many staff would there be in the Link 12 system? Bill?
Yeah, we have that number. Hang on.
I'm sorry, what was that? How many do you have now and how many would be reduced? Well, Bill's pulling it up. Because part of the issue is you have to remember we have some full-time folks and then we have some part-time folks that do the high school components, which is what she's tried to work through. And so that's the component that we're dealing with right now.
I think the question that what I want to learn more is that how many students do we have enrolled in K through K5, or I'm sorry, K5, and how many staff do we have to accommodate that? So as an example, if we only have like 10 people and we've got 2-3 teachers, I'm just want to make sure that we break even if we can, or
and that's what this proposal does. It at least breaks us even.
Okay.
In that you're basically going back to pre-pandemic numbers based off of the enrollment. So what Dana has tried to do is take a look at, so for example, if there were 10 first graders and 10 second graders, the teacher's teaching first and second grade. So they're combining that. Is that accurate, Dana? Maybe she's got it in front of her. So she's got 2 computers, so she's got a lot to balance.
Don't move yours over. So at the elementary level, we would be reducing by 4 FTE. At the middle school level, we would reduce, would be down to 2.7 FTE. At the high school, we would not reduce at all. Our numbers are very high at the high school. And so our numbers for next year are above pre-pandemic. And they've increased at the elementary level.
middle school and significantly at the high school level with the part-time Lakeville South and Lakeville North students.
And that was her charge, was if you're going to run the program, it at least has to break even. So she worked with trying to get her kids to register more quickly into the year. And so that's why she's where she's at. And it's easier to add a position. Let's say we add 50 kids all of a sudden come on board and she had to add a staff. It's easier for us to bring a staff member on than to try to reduce when we're already in the school year.
And what are the numbers? Do you have a ballpark?
Yep, I can get those for you.
Thank you for doing that. I know it's a little bit of a
Sorry,
surprise for you.
I didn't have this up, so I apologize.
While she's looking at that, Bill can ask a clarifying question. These reductions, is this including the ones that would combine the ALC and Link 12? Or is this just pandemic reductions?
This is just pandemic. This is just pandemic reductions. We have the administration change
On a different-
on the ALC.
Okay, thank you.
In October 2019, elementary had 23. Next year, we're projected at 60. That's a 161% increase. At the middle level, we had 20. And next year, we'll have 45. That's a 125% increase. At the high school level, 30 full-time. And next year, we'll have 138. That's 360% increase. And as far as Lakeville North and Lakeville South students, we'll have over 600 students taking Link 12 online courses.
And I think you also have to remember there's numerous districts around us that have gotten rid of their online platforms. So I know Dana has tried to reach out to those districts and to those families and say, hey, we're still operating, so if you want to come on board, it's been able to be, and that's part of the reason for her growth as well. And I think the other component with that is, correct me if I'm wrong, we'll be using our own curriculum instead of purchasing curriculum for the most part.
Correct.
Is what her staff has been able to develop. So that's a fairly large savings for us as well.
That was a huge expense. We used K-12 Stride elementary curriculum during the pandemic and through this year. And next year, we will be doing our own curriculum aligned with the buildings.
Any other questions?
So we're going to have about 20 staff members. I mean, is that where we landed? Or did that question not get answered yet?
I didn't write down the numbers that she told you, sorry.
I have it.
So
9. Let's see, 9 at the high school. 9.2 at the high school, sorry. 2.7 at the middle school and 3.0 at the elementary.
So, and I think to leave, because I know I've gotten some emails, they're like, well, you're completely getting rid of Link 12. This does not get rid of Link 12. The offerings are still there. It just is now based upon the students that are enrolled, and as growth, if it takes place, we can add instead of having to start with a larger number of staff and maybe not have enough students enrolled.
Yeah, part of the reductions is we added we added an elementary coordinator and also support staff. And so all of those support staffs will be eliminated.
we have a total enrollment projection of around 600. Is that what I heard?
Full-time.
Full-time. Okay, 600 divided by 15 gives you about 40 students in a classroom. So.
And that's the state law, correct me if I'm wrong, Emily and Dana, is you can't have more than 40 signed up for a class. If
Correct.
you do, you have to then add to it, offer another class.
Okay.
That, I want to make sure
That's
I'm
correct.
accurate.
Mhm.
I'll make a motion to accept the Link K-12 proposal.
Oh, wait, we already have a motion on the table.
We already have a motion on the table, so
What was the motion?
well, the motion was for the.
Pandemic.
Oh, as
No,
a
it was
whole.
for some of them, so we have to determine which of the some
Okay.
we're going to do.
We just,
Somebody, you
Can I
made a
make an
motion.
amendment to that motion?
Yeah, I think you want to go item by item instead.
Yeah.
I think you just had consensus, you wanted to do some, and now I think you need to go item by item and make your motion for each item, would be
Withdraw
how
the
I would
motion.
recommend it.
Okay.
We haven't.
Withdraw the motion.
I make, well, you,
Well, you made it, withdraw it.
all right. I make a motion to withdraw my motion. Is that how it
Terry,
works?
do you second it?
I'll second this
Thank you.
whenever.
You have to get it all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries to withdraw
Now you
Mr.
can make your
Thompson's
other
motion.
motion.
Make a motion to approve the Link K-12 proposal.
We have a motion by Director Thompson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Can I make sure, so you're just pulling a piece of that pandemic component out right
Correct.
now? Okay.
Really?
Yes. Just the pandemic.
No, he's talking about just the Link 12. He's not,
Yep.
he made a motion for just Link 12. That's what I was clarifying.
That's-
Not everything that's listed there.
Not the whole thing, just that one. I want to make, because I want to leave room for folks to have conversation for the others.
I'll keep my
So-
second. Understanding it.
Okay.
So, just for clarification, are you making a motion to adjust Link 12 Lakeville online staffing as recommended?
Correct.
Okay.
So right now we have a motion by Director Thompson and a second by Director Lind. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Then your next one's permanent subs. Anything on that one? Well, you need a motion or a second or nothing.
I've got a question. How would you backfill these positions? Are they not going to be backfilled at all?
They're just not being paid this year.
What we're looking at doing is having the same, we use TOC, Teachers on Call, for all our substitutes. Over the last couple of years, we've had trouble filling our substitute roles, and we've brought in these permanent substitutes. So they go to the same building every single day, and they get paid a much higher rate than our regular substitutes. We would still use Teachers on Call. We would still bring in substitutes as needed, but they all would be paid at the regular substitute rate and not at the increased daily rate. Okay, so that's all we're doing, is we're just going down to the same rate for everybody and not having this inflated rate.
And the reason may I?
Yeah.
And the reason we did that is because there were so many people that were out of school with COVID and so many subs that were ill. That's why we decided to do that at that time.
Correct.
So I'm going to try to get us back on track with how we should be running, and there should be a motion, a second, then discussion, and then we vote. So I'm going to try to get us back on track with that, because this is a little bit different because we're doing a special meeting. So do I have a motion to approve the permanent substitutes, the cut for that?
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Director Lind, a second by Director David Anderson. Any discussion on this? Director Schindley?
Just a quick question. With our permanent subs now, are they being utilized every single day? Are you finding that they're always being used?
Sometimes they're being used for different areas. We have holes, like sometimes they're actually working as a para somewhere.
They're being used every day, but
Okay.
the challenge again is the dollar amount that we pay different. So the need for those substitutes is not going to go away. The issue is the dollar amount that you're paying them differently. So
Yeah.
the need for those, I think most of your staff would agree. It's not like they're going to say, oh, no, we don't have permanent subs, we're not going to need them. They're going to need them. They're just going to get paid at the same rate that everybody else gets paid.
Okay, yep, and I totally understand that. So then do you feel that if the permanent subs weren't there, do you think you're going to get that call back? Since we know we were so short before, are we going to get that again? You know what I mean?
You're asking for me to assume, and I don't like to assume, because
I know,
you know what that
I know.
does. But I would say, and I think anybody, if you look at it logically, hey, I'm getting paid more, I'm going to show up, where if you're going to pay me substantially less, today I may not show up. So there is a little bit more of a risk of not having some of those positions filled, but I think our staff would tell you, we don't fill all of our positions daily to begin with. But we do have a much higher fill rate across than most neighboring districts in regard to that.
Okay.
But again, it's the dollar amount that we save by paying regular rate for everybody instead of a permanent sub rate.
Director Thompson?
And I'm reading here that that dollar amount is $415,000, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. So let's move on to the high school pandemic staff. Do I have a motion to approve the cuts for the high school pandemic staff?
Yes. So moved.
So I have a motion by Director Thompson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Director Lind. I'll open the floor up for discussion. Director Thompson?
Bill, can you clarify, there were 2 staff members, both north and and 2 for south. What are those positions? I don't know.
They're different at each building.
Yeah, they're different each building. They'll have 2 less FTE to put across their classes. We have asked the high schools not to have any small classrooms, so we won't have any classes less than 15 students. And because we've moved that up, there's less need for some of the FTE. I don't know of any issue we have with the staffing that they've gone so far, to not have enough staff in that building. Again, these were added staff during the pandemic to help out. So we're just going back to where they were. When you go back to the pandemic, right after it, what their enrollment was, it's the same now. Okay, they don't have more enrollment to try to need more FTE for.
And so they utilize them differently. I think one, and Elida, I'm going to look at you a little bit, or Emily, I think at one high school, maybe one was used to support math. Another one was probably used to support some language arts. So it depends on the certification of the person they hired as well as what they were able to do. So Kim and Sean aren't here, but they were used as certificated teachers. They were certificated. Oh, there's Kim. So is that accurate? Is that right? Sorry. So is that accurate? You use them for different, whatever areas they were certified in to help cover.
Any other questions? All right, let's move on for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, so let's move on to the district office reductions. Do we have like a more itemized list of that so that we can take a look at those?
And I just want to clarify, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Director Carly Anderson.
I just want to clarify, there's been a lot of discussion around the 360 services positions, and there are numerous of those, and I think that falls under the student services, is that correct?
That is correct.
So one thing that I just want to be mindful of is that Dave Hageman is not here, because one of the things I asked last time was, could we potentially consider not eliminating all of them, but from an equity lens, thinking about which buildings might need those positions and trying to preserve that. And he said that might be an option. So this is an item that might help from further discussion, and Dave isn't here to speak to that.
If I remember correctly, I think the dollar amount for that was like $175,000. So, if you're taking a look at the student services department and you wanted to pull that particular item out, it would be $175,000 less. And then if that's something you wanted more information on, we could get that for you.
I do. So to clarify, then can we not vote on you're saying pull it out separate, but approve the other things, or?
Yeah, you could pull it out separate.
Okay.
And other things.
Question from these reductions, is the structured literacy support specialist involved in these reductions? I had specifically asked about that, and I did not receive an answer.
Teaching and learning, I'm going to look at you a little bit. So they probably didn't hear you, but she said yes. She said yes, that is one of the positions.
Okay.
I don't think I want to eliminate the literacy person.
So that's part of the teaching and learning one, so Carly, I'm just trying to
Go
keep
ahead, Sandy,
with
come on up.
how all of these are being removed.
Well,
What was the one that you had?
that the 360 falls under the student services
Student
department.
Services Department,
Yeah.
okay. Student Services.
Go ahead, Sandy. You may have to come up. I don't know if all those mics work well.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Now you can.
So to answer your question, we will be looking at a restructure in the teaching and learning department. So the position that you are mentioning, the structured literacy specialist position, would be eliminated, but we would be looking at a restructure because that position has a more narrow focus. We want to be sure that we're getting a high return on our investment and being cost effective, and broadening that position and reposting it as a non-fill for a teaching and learning coordinating position. And within that position, there would be structured literacy strategies as well as additional pieces within that job description.
So correct me if I'm wrong here, it's not a cut, it's just you're hiring somebody else.
It would be a restructure so that we could broaden that position.
So I
Will
think
it
what
cost
she's
the same?
asking is where do the savings come from that?
So there potentially could be a savings if we were to hire someone at a lower salary.
So the restructuring brings it from a higher salary to a lower salary.
Okay, just, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but that particular position was brought about because of the changes in legislature that we had to do dyslexia screening and also in interventions that support dyslexia within our classroom. And that person is Orton Gillingham trained, which again is a research-based teaching strategy for dyslexia. So I guess my question would be like, we've got to be able to find someone with that training to actually restructure that position to be able to do what that person's doing now, right?
Yes, ideally, that's what we would be looking for.
Okay. I guess for me, then, I don't see the cost savings in that. So I would ask that that one be pulled too. Any other questions about the things that are on the screen? Because I'm looking at each line item here and figuring out which ones we're going to vote on and which ones we're not.
I'd like to make a motion to pause on the Student Services Department until Dave is here next week, and we can discuss that with him directly.
So I have a motion by Director Thompson to pause on the Student Services Department. Do I have a second?
Second.
So the motion is from Director Thompson, second from Director Carly Anderson. Is there any discussion on this? All right, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries to pause.
No, stay back
Wait,
there because
go
they
back.
can go
We're
down
not-
the other rest.
Yep.
So now they're on facilities. and
Facilities.
plant. Now you're on facilities and plant business department.
Do we have any questions around that before we go into it?
Yeah. Is it okay if we could do a quick high-level overview of each one before we kind of make a motion? Because we heard this last week, but it was super quick and it was a week ago. Facilities, plant planning. I do know that you're going to reduce 2 FTEs. Can you tell me more about that again?
Sure. Excuse me. Number one, we had a director of facilities. That position is open right now, but we're not going to fill it. The second position is a support person in that particular department. We're going to share between business and planning with the support person. We feel we can cover what we need to have.
Okay.
Okay, teaching and learning, I guess we'll need you to,
Just
just one at a time?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
The teaching and learning come up and be ready for the next one.
So you want a motion for that one?
So I have a motion to approve the Facilities, Plant Planning Business Department cuts.
So moved.
I have a motion by Director Lind. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Director Thompson. Any further discussion?
Bill, do you feel comfortable with this? I mean, I know that with the director of facilities leaving, who's going to consume that individual's scope of responsibilities? That seems like a lot.
yeah, I had, John was here earlier. He's been covering almost 100% of what that position entailed. Otherwise, I've taken on a piece of that role, and I feel we're in pretty good shape. We still have all our projects going through. We're on budget. We're doing a great job. So we have a great crew in facility planning, and I think we can get by without these 2 positions.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All right, let's put it to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to the Teaching and Learning Department.
Good evening. So at the secondary level, we currently have 2 positions that I will be restructuring similar to what Sandy is saying. I have a college and career readiness coordinator who is on a 260. That position will be retitled and the job description will be reorganized to include not only the college and career readiness pieces, but be much more broad, so we have more nimbleness and flexibility with what that person does. And that position will go from a 260 non-affilled to a 205, and that will have a cost reduction for us there. And similarly, our advanced learning coordinator, a very narrow, very tightly focused position, that will come off of an EML contract at 186 days to a non-affiliate at 205. Again, will be broadened to be able to do that job and much more. So that will be actually a cost reduction with someone who is able to work more days.
Similar to Elida, I have 2 positions, the one that you had mentioned with the structured literacy position, as well as the elementary gifted services coordinator. Both of them are on an EML 186 contract, looking to restructure those to a 205 non-affill, like Elida said, to broaden. Those positions would also have pieces within our advanced learning as well as our structured literacy. Potentially for a cost savings, these 2 individuals in the current position are more towards the middle of our salary schedule rather than the far right corner, which Elida has more of with her 2 positions. So there may or may not be a larger cost savings with the 2 elementary positions that I have.
Bill, can I ask a clarifying question just as far as where this is at on the general budget? Are these categorized under instructional support services? Thinking about that itemized list that you gave us.
I got to think of where they're coded at. I'm going to go say no.
Okay.
They're going to be in teaching and learning.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to verify. Thank you. All right. So do I have a motion on the table to approve the Teaching and Learning Department?
Can I jump in really quick? Excuse me. Good evening. Just as an addition, this also includes the digital learning coordinator position,
Okay.
which is being eliminated.
And, sorry, oh, wait, discussion.
Director Baker.
Director Thompson?
I'd like to propose a motion to pass Elida's proposal only at this time.
Yes, why?
Can you clarify?
Because I'm not sure about the digital learning, and I'm not sure about. I need to learn more about the other 2 positions.
Which specific
If you,
positions
if
are
you have a specific question, and I've got folks that are here, because you have to remember these folks are making these recommendations, taking a look at their departments and what they're able to do. So the people who are in charge of administrating that are telling you that they have the ability to make those adjustments. Not that it's going to not make some changes in what they do, but they also knew that they needed to make some adjustments to be a part of the reduction. So I think if you have a specific question, I think you need to ask what that specific, if you can, what that specific question is. Otherwise, I'm telling you, I think our folks have worked really hard, particularly in these areas, to come up with what adjustments they can make in their departments.
Oh, sorry. Can I ask some more questions about the digital learning specialist, please? It was just one person that we're letting go. And is that in the district or is that within the school? Or at a location? I'm not familiar with that.
So there's 2 different pieces to this. The first is in the teaching and learning department. We have our digital learning coordinator who coordinates the work of our media specialists and DLSs and helps with technology integration throughout the district.
Okay.
And so we're eliminating that position.
And so then who would take on the responsibility for?
I will be covering that responsibility.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve the Teaching and Learning Department?
So moved.
So we have a motion by Director Carly Anderson. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Director Thompson. Let's open it up for some discussion.
I think the only thing that I've got concerns around is that, and I think help me if I didn't hear this correctly. You've got someone who already is an Orton Gillingham specialist, but is a little bit higher on the pay scale. Where you're looking to reclassify that and have someone who has that skill set, but also more, but at a lower pay scale. That's the intent, correct?
Good evening. Thank you, Director Thompson, for your question. So perhaps I can shed a little bit of light. One of the things that we wanted to do in the Teaching and Learning Department is acknowledge and recognize that as we have more students and more teachers, we have more work, and also want to be able to make sure that we are making an appropriate contribution, whether it be through our reserves and staff development or through our staffing, to restructure our departments to be able to continue to get the work done to the best of our ability and at the high level that our teachers and our principals are used to, as well as make a reduction. So there's a couple of things that are happening here. None of the work that we're doing right now in teaching and learning will go away. So what we've done is we've parsed out the jobs and looked at how can we best sort of clump the work together to be able to continue to do the work at maybe a lower rate or with fewer people. So that was really our philosophy going in, is to making sure that we are making a contribution and also trying to provide the services that we've been able to provide through teaching and learning. So with the position that you are speaking to specifically, there's some history there. That position was brought into the district using COVID dollars. So it was a pandemic paid position through student services. And what happened was when those dollars ran out, there were no more dollars, it was ESSER dollars. At the time, the Director of Student Services made the determination that that position should continue and that would be paid for through the special education budget. The issue with that is, number one, we were well over $14 million in our special education budget. And additionally, the position really didn't fully qualify to be paid under the special education funding because it wasn't servicing strictly special education students. It had a much broader focus. So our goal initially was to spend the first couple of years that we had the luxury of having that position, to have that person be able to get out and do as much training as she could across the K-5 level, to be able to set our teachers up with the anticipation that that position would go away at some point because A, we didn't have the pandemic funding, B, we couldn't support it through student services, and we couldn't make an add to the general fund. So that doesn't change the fact, to your point, that there is still work to be done in this area. I would suggest that it needs to continue. It probably looks a little bit different than it did when we started because there was a lot of new learning that needed to happen when that position initially came on. So our intent, as it always is when we develop, actually we have our job descriptions, so when we post for those positions, then to make sure that as we go through our interviewing process that we get the highest quality candidate that we can that meets most of the criteria or all of the criteria ideally on our job description in order to continue that work. I would maybe feel a little bit differently if we were really new into this process and work, and we certainly have an amazing, phenomenal person in this job who is highly trained, who we highly value. But from a budget standpoint, I think Doug said we're all going to experience some pain, and this is one of the ways that we're trying to be able to do both, which is really hard. It's usually an and/or, and we're trying to do both. So that's our approach as sort of gathering the experts on the team together to have the conversation was really focused around that. So we will be seeking somebody that has expertise in that area, as that will be part of their job description. We can't guarantee that it will be the same person or the same credentialing, but certainly we can support them to get credentialed through our staff development program.
I guess, Dr. McDonald, my reservation with it is, as a board, we always have to focus on the student outcome. And all of the cuts, or a lot of the cuts that we've been presented with, will impact the student outcome. And when I'm thinking about this and the district as a whole, we have one person that's specifically trained in this, and it is so hard to find those people to do it. And this person impacts K-12. Teaching our teachers, teaching at the elementary, middle, and secondary level, and I know they haven't gotten to the secondary level yet, given the current legislation around screening for dyslexia, the research around that instructional method. That would be where my reservations lie.
Certainly. Thank you, Kim.
You've done the discussion, right?
We're still open for discussion unless anybody else has anything to add.
I think I have hesitations on that too, just because all the good work that is done. I don't know what the cost savings would be. Is it 138,000 or is it 138? A collection of all the things that need to be done. In that space.
This restructuring is lots of little pieces.
Lots of
to
little
add
pieces.
up to the 138.
Got it.
Right.
Okay. So can we like guess half, as in like what the savings?
Here's what I challenge. I know it's hard, but to Kim's point, there's not anything that we're recommending that's not going to impact people in some way, shape, or form. I don't believe my directors or assistant superintendent would be recommending something to you if they didn't feel like they have the ability to try to carry out to meet the needs of our students and our staff. But they also realize that if they don't bring something on board, then people are like, well, why didn't teaching and learning bring something forward? These were tough situations, just like everything else we're presenting to you. But I think you also have to start trusting the administrative folks that are trying to bring these recommendations to you. Because again, even if you peel out $30,000, that $30,000 has to come from someplace else. And they have tried to vet these things as very best they can to bring these recommendations to you. Again, I'm not trying to sway you one way or another. I'm just trying to help you understand that this is not something that they whimsically just put together and said, hey, here's something that we just want to, it's not needed, we can just get rid of. These are going to be things that impact us.
Yep. I think for me, while the $30,000, using your number as an example, while the $30,000 might be good, but then you bring someone on board and whatever that number is, really saving $15,000. But the opportunity cost is that the person's been there for how many years? They've already established the relationship with the K-12 staff. That individual may be able to accelerate her scope of responsibilities. I don't know. I think
Sure. The only thing I would say is I would challenge you not to play the what if game.
Yep.
Because I can't tell you that person doesn't walk in here tomorrow and say, hey, I resign.
Agreed. Yeah.
And so that's the challenge that we're faced with a lot of these particular situations. I can't answer every what if or would, could, should to you. I think the folks are trying to present to you the best things that they can in order to come up with a $7 million reduction. And I think you have to trust Emily and her department that they're not trying to bring something to you that they don't think they can work through.
Yeah.
Director Carly Anderson, did you have something to add?
I do. Some of these things that I feel like we're going back and forth on, I would rather just table for kind of next week, just to allow for some additional discussion. I just think about kind of what has emerged in this past week, which is this $1.9 million that you guys creatively found. And so I'm not saying there's another $1.9 million hanging out there, but I also don't think that we have all the options on the table. So things that feel like, don't feel good to our gut, I would rather, with that additional explanation of what these roles are, I personally would rather table the ones that we're not going to decide everything tonight. So there are some that I think we could push.
I agree.
So let's vote on the current motion, which is to approve the teaching and learning department cuts. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No. The noes carry. Do I have a motion to table the teaching and learning department cuts?
I'll make that motion.
Maybe you have to put up a hand so that Kim can make sure she
sorry.
knows what the.
How many were there? Who were the yeses? Can you raise your hand, please? So that Kim can. So we have two.
2 to 5.
2 to 5. Thank you. So do we have a motion to table the teaching and learning department?
My question, do we have to table it? Because aren't we going to?
Just going to, okay.
Right.
All right.
We don't have to
We can
table
do
it,
that.
just move on.
All right, we'll just move on. That's fine. Let's go on to the technology student information department.
Just let me know if I'm wrong, Tracy, but we have at each high school, we have this position. One's a 12-month position and one's a 10-month position, and we're looking at matching that both at 10. So it's a smaller reduction for one of the positions.
So you're combining again, right?
Not combining. There's a 12-month position at one high school and a 10 at the other.
Microphone.
There's a 12-month position at one high school and a 10-month at the other. We're going to have them both at 10 months.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve the technology student information department cuts?
So moved.
Motion by Director Lind. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Second by Director Thompson. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. All right, let's move on to Human Resources Department.
You want to come up, Brenda?
Yes, the Human Resources Department will be cutting 2 of our positions from 5 days a week to 4 days a week. And we have one position that will be redlined, which means that that position is a little bit above market right now. There won't be any increases to that salary until market is caught up to the position.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the Human Resources Department cuts?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Director David Anderson. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Director Schindley. All in favor?
Oh, do we have
Discussion.
Oh, sorry, discussion. I'm trying to move through it too fast. Director Carly Anderson.
Is there, for that one that's going from 5 days to 4, I assume there's no change in benefits with that? Or is there any change?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Just given everything that's going on.
All right, any more discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, Communications and Public Relations Department.
Good evening. The Communications and Public Relations restructure and reduction, we were able to find some small savings in our Blackboard contract and have been able to merge some of our e-newsletters together to be able to provide a little bit of a reduction there. We are a very small, nimble department. So this really represents a restructure in staffing, eliminating the communication specialist role and rehiring for a very entry-level communications support personnel.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the Communication Public Relations Department?
I approve.
Motion by Director Schindley. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Director Thompson. Open for discussion. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Right. So we're moving on to the Special Ed Department, and
Yeah, this again falls under Dave. He explained this here last week, but he's got a list of several that are add, subtract, adds, very, very little pieces back and forth, and the total savings at $27,000.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the Special Ed Department?
So moved.
Moved by Director Lind. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Director Kelleher. Open for discussion. I do have some questions on this one, just because I have teachers that have asked me questions on this one, particularly relating to the middle school model with co-teaching and teaming, and losing 2 resource teachers. And Dave Haveman isn't here to answer those, so I'm not quite sure what to do with that.
Isn't that another area?
No, it's special
No,
ed.
it's
the
in that.
resource teachers.
I think you also have to remember, and I know Dave, again, I'm not trying to speak for him, he shared with me before he left. Even before budget reductions, I think everybody knew that he was going to be taking a look at how to restructure that department in some way, shape, or form to be able to make sure that they were utilizing staff to the best of the ability. But again, since he's not here, I know that he's tried to work to be able to offer it may not be the exact same position, but duplication of services. He's trying to eliminate that. He's trying to restructure and provide across the board, like when he talked to the middle school administrators, and Jason can either nod or Joshua can nod if they want to. They had some questions. He tried to be able to explain what it would look like. And so I think they feel comfortable with some of those things. So that's what I can tell you from the
But that
vantage
has to
point
be
I
like a
have.
realignment, because that can't be two people.
I'm sorry?
That has to be a realignment, because it can't be
Yeah,
two
he's
people.
restructuring that particular, that's what he's saying. When it says special, you see right next to it, it says restructure. So he's not necessarily eliminating, he's restructuring people within the department.
I just wanted to make that point.
Yep, good.
No positions are eliminated.
That's what I
That's
just
what
said.
it says.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it-
He is not available because he doesn't know for sure
Oh,
how
okay.
those things are
All
going
right,
to pan
got
out
it.
until he knows if that's
I'm
something
sorry.
you want him to continue to move forward on. So there could be, it may be restructuring of where people are within what they offer.
Yep.
Okay. Any more questions or comments about that? All right, so we'll go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
No.
No,
So is that
Hands again, please.
2 to 5? How many voted yes?
2.
Really? No.
2 to 5, Kim.
We aren't trusting Dave?
I just want him to be able to speak to it.
The next two items I'll speak to quickly. You have a budget in my department of $10,000. That's for, I think, memberships and things of that nature. There's a budget for the Board of Education. I think that's $89,000. That's your MSBA membership, your AMSD membership, mileage, those and other reimbursables. So they're pretty thin to begin with, but we put something in there to be able to say we can reduce those by 5,000. There probably could be a little bit more than that. It could be 7,000 out of mine and something out of yours, but we knew that we could at least get that dollar amount.
I'll make
out
the
of there.
motion.
Are we making a
For both of
motion,
them?
both of those together or
Both of
just
them-
one
Both of them
separate?
together.
All right, so the motion is by Director David Anderson to approve the Superintendent's Office budget reduction and the Board of Education budget. Is there a second?
I'll
second.
Second by Director Kelleher. Let's open the floor for discussion. Director Carly Anderson?
Yeah, I think if there's room to, I don't know what the mileage thing is, but I'd like to look for options can we approve this and then?
Here's what I'll
consider
tell
more?
you, it'll be approved for this, but if we're able to reduce more, basically what we have to do is be able to see what you expend every year. And so depending on what you go to, what you don't go to, that's how Bill adjusts the budget. So there's probably a little bit more in that. And so like when I ran around all the buildings, I get mileage reimbursement for that. So if I don't have all those things going on, people sometimes come to me, so we try to balance that as best we can. So there's probably more in that, but I think the minimum you're going to get is 5, may be the right way to say it.
Director Shinley?
At this point, I feel comfortable with myself. I can't speak for the rest of the board, but I'm okay with giving up my salary for,
That's not this component.
oh, that's not this component.
I don't believe it is it,
I would do
Bill?
that.
Isn't that
too.
Board of Education budget?
Is that
Or
a
is that
component of
not?
it, Bill? I'm not sure.
Yeah, the
We can make that
87
into
is the whole
And it
budget.
also is their salary. Okay.
I would give mine up too.
Here's what I would
that's
say.
a motion.
Here's what I would say is you already have a motion about accepting the 5 and the 5. That would be
do that
something
first.
else that you would have to take a look at. And again, you could either make the motion or you could just choose to donate it back. My issue is I don't want you to paint anybody else into a corner. Everybody
Yeah.
may feel that way. Somebody
Yep.
else may not want to.
Yep,
So
I
I think you
understand.
have the flexibility to do that. I think
Okay.
the motion is for these two these two items right now for the 5. That would be another topic.
Okay.
Okay. Any more discussion around these two items? All right, let's vote on this. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries.
So why could, I'm going to make a motion because it doesn't matter whether it's in a regular working session or a regular business meeting. So I'm in agreement with Director Shinley. So I'd make a motion to suspend Board of Education salaries for the 2023-2024 school year.
Second.
I have a motion by Director Thompson and a second by Director Lind. Open the floor for discussion.
It's not a lot. I think it's about $45,000, $42,000 is that kind of, I think, the average, what the budget is for us as a board member.
6,500 if I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
mistaken.
65 times the budget.
6,550 for the chair
It's not a
person
lot.
on top of it, so.
Yeah, got it.
All right.
Saves a teacher maybe, I don't know.
Saves a teacher. That's the way I look at it too. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, we just did discussion.
Okay.
Yeah. All opposed? Motion carries.
So will you make will you make a note of that to make sure we add that into our budget slide?
Okay, this moves on to the district-wide reductions. I think if we still have Tracy here to explain this first one.
Good evening again. This reduction in tech support is looking at balancing our numbers across the board of the staffing we have based on student enrollment rather than providing one full FTE per each building. We have media specialists at the secondary schools, and we have DLSs, or digital learning specialists, at the elementary schools. And both staffing types are integrating or helping our staff to integrate technology into the classrooms, and they're also managing the media centers. So we also have tech support people who are called our site technicians, and we have those people distributed out into the buildings as well. So this cut is looking at 7 FTEs. 1 is a building tech support position, and 6 are DLS positions, so that we equalize the number or balance the number of students that each FTE is supporting. In the past, we had some staff members supporting maybe 300 students at, for example, OLE, where we have a media specialist supporting 1,800 students at the high school. So this is an attempt to balance those numbers.
So is this a cut of all of the media specialists, or are they going like part-time? Like, what does this look like across the district?
So this is cutting 6, and when we balance them, and our plan isn't finalized. We need to know if we should be making this cut before we finalize the plan, but they will be sharing buildings. So we'll have media specialists at 2 different buildings in some cases. And same with our techs. They'll be at 2 different buildings as well.
Director Thompson?
I apologize. I was not aware, and again, the wording of the title changed, and I thought I didn't know they were librarians. Is that what the media specialists are? Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And so then we're cutting librarians from each school. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. You're restructuring the amount of hours that they're in each one.
Correct.
And so whether it be 50% and then the tech staff would be there at the other 50%.
That's correct.
Got it. But can I make an assumption that the tech staff isn't going to know like the books that are in the library?
Correct.
Okay.
Right. And we have that happening right now where our DLSs, when they're out of the building, if they're in classrooms, we do have teachers who are checking out books, or we have media clerks in place in some instances who can help manage the checking in and checking out of books.
Yep. And I think both are very, very important roles. Obviously, you get a 3rd or 4th grader that says, hey, I need a book, and if you can find the right one, and if it sparks their interest to read, it opens the channel, the doors for so much more. But for a tech staff, I mean, if you can't get your iPad fixed, you might miss the course of whatever's going on in that particular day.
Right.
Are there any metrics around the utilization of the tech staff? I'm just curious, like, is there like certain pockets of the day where they're highly utilized versus not? And is there an opportunity to preserve an opportunity for students where if they need to find a book, maybe maybe the media specialist could be there, and the tech staff could be shrunk. Just because when I need to go to when I have a tech issue, I sometimes I have to wait in line, and they're only open between 1 and 5. As an adult, that's just what I normally face. But again, as staff, I don't know what it's like where if they need something fixed right away for that morning's class, and if a tech staff is not there, that just ruins their lesson plan for the day maybe. So I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, the way we would structure this plan is so that the tech staff is there first thing in the morning. And so our middle schools start earlier than our elementary schools. And so our tech staff would be starting in the middle schools in the morning so that they're there when the substitutes are there or teachers are there trying to get it ready for their class to start, or if students are having any problems with their devices. And then they would move over to the elementary school at the beginning of their day. So we do have metrics. We use a ticketing help desk system. I didn't come prepared with any of that, okay. But we do use a help desk system that we're making sure that we're completing tickets in a timely fashion, or as timely as we possibly can. The media specialist / DLS position is part of that ticketing system, and also the tech support is part of that ticketing system. And so we do have metrics on those pieces. And when you ask what time of day, there's a lot in the morning. There's a lot on Monday mornings, if you can imagine, after the weekend is over. There's a lot after holidays. And then it fluctuates during the school day as to when tech support is needed.
Got it.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the technology support consolidation? Okay. Do I have a motion to add this to the list of things that we want to discuss? All right, we'll just leave it then. Adding it to the list.
Okay, next on the list, of course, is to balance our Title I program. At this point, we would assume that we're not going to overspend in this area. That's what this is about. We've been overspending or subsidizing the Title program over the last several years. There was a considerable decrease in funding a few years back, and we continued to pay out the same amount or the same staffing. We did make some adjustments this past year, but we didn't get down to where it's level. So this is the last we need to go.
Okay. Does this impact one elementary school or several elementary schools?
Well, it's going to impact 5 different, well, just a handful of hours in each building.
Okay. All right, do I have a motion to approve the Balancing the Title I program?
So moved.
A motion by Director Carly Anderson. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Director Schindley. Open for discussion. Any questions? All right, let's move to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
The
Right.
next piece on the list here is we have a program that we've had in place several years. We have a couple districts right around us. This is the only place we see in Minnesota with this kind of this idea of allowing people to pay to ride the bus in the walking zone. So that's what this, if you're in a walking zone, right now you have the option to pay a fee and get a bus ride into school. The main issue with this is we are collecting about $150 per student to ride the bus, and it's only about a quarter of what it actually costs us to run that bus. We also have several students that don't pay anything. So we're looking for savings. This came up. Most districts in the state of Minnesota do not do anything like this. But of course, it would be a relatively large change to some families.
Director Anderson?
Bill, could we offer this at the full price so we break even for people that wanted it?
Well, I'm going to say yes, we could do that. Our problem is going to be trying to have people actually pay that bigger fee because they're not going to want to.
I understand.
And we have no way to police it at the bus.
The other component is, let's say there's 300 kids that ride now, and we could figure what that cost is for 300, but you say now the cost goes from 150 to 750, and all of a sudden that 300 drops to 150. Now the fee for the 150 goes from 750 to 1,000 because the bus company's got to be able, they're going to charge us for how many buses they need to run. Does that make sense? So that, it's tricky. Yeah, no, I appreciate you asking, but we talked about that too, to say, can we charge a fee? But unless we knew today that there was going to be 100 kids, and then Schmitty's could tell us, well, 100 kids means this many buses, here's what we could charge you. We don't get that number from them.
Director Schindley?
So can you just clarify, and I don't know, I'm not familiar, but how far are kids for their walking, the zone fee, how far are they walking?
There's a couple issues in regard to that because you have safe zones.
Okay.
So if we have, like, you have to cross Dodd or Cedar or something like that's a safe zone. The kids get bused out because of safe zones.
Okay.
So I want to say it's 0.8 miles.
At the elementary level, it's 0.8 miles is the walking area. And like you said, we actually have a lot of safe zones, so our walking areas are relatively small. But they're right, in their neighborhood next to the school where they actually walk.
Bill, can I ask a question? How are we doing on negotiations with the transportation contract? And if so, where we're at in that process, would that impact this fee?
I'm going to say it should impact the fee if we're going to have the fee, because right now it's way too low, and it should have been adjusted.
You anticipate it going up, is what you're saying?
I'm saying this fee needs to be at least 4 times what it is minimum.
Okay. All right.
And as far as negotiations, we put out an RFP and we had one company bid, and we're still negotiating with them, but it's a fairly substantial increase.
All right. Director Thompson?
So the $250,000 savings would be like, we don't do any busing. And so if parents were paying the $150 as they are today, how much is that in revenue? Are we looking at $50,000 or are we looking at like $20,000? I'm just curious. Well, it's not revenue, it's because it costs more, but what would be the savings? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What are we bringing in revenue in that for? Do we have an idea?
Oh, well, it's about $50,000.
$50,000. Okay, so as an example then, if we increase the 150 to 300, it's $100,000. So while it's not $250,000 in savings, it's an extra $50,000 in savings, I guess.
Yeah, it'd be 50
potentially.
savings, yeah.
Potentially. So.
But that, again, it depends on how many kids
Agreed.
or families choose to not take it because they don't want to double their fee.
Yeah.
So to say that it's going to be this dollar amount, I think you have a hard time saying it's going to be a specific dollar amount and you're going to get X amount of savings. We can tell you it costs us this much above and beyond what we're getting now. That's where we generated the savings by doing that.
So the cost is $200,000 with the assumption that we're getting 50 to provide walker zone free to ride. Got it.
Director Kelleher?
Does this take the walking distance for our district to 1 mile then, or does it take it to the state statute of 2 miles?
We are not looking at what we're doing for distance to the school. Not changing that at all. So it won't be longer.
So my question is, does that put us at the 1 mile, or what is our walking distance? Because state statute is 2 miles.
Elementary's at 0.8.
Okay, ours is.
Okay.
And I think other districts also are a lot further. They're either a mile or a mile and a
But
half.
lots of districts, especially if you get away from the metro, it's 2 miles.
Yeah,
So you're driving in, or you're walking, or you're riding a bus.
Yeah, so we're a mile.
Do I have a motion to approve
0.8, yeah.
the Walker zone fee?
So moved.
I'll make a second.
Motion by Director Lind, second by Director Kelleher. Is there any further discussion on this? Director Thompson, do you have a question?
Yeah, I guess for something for consideration is that we ask our parents for those who want to participate in sports. I think it's like $250 per semester to participate in some sort of activity. So if a child plays in 3 activities in the course of a calendar year, they're looking at $750. And so is riding the bus like participating in an activity? Is it worth $250? I don't know. But I do feel like there's a continued dialogue that ought to occur, that maybe the 150 should be increased. What that dollar amount is, I don't know. But eliminating it altogether, I'm not sure.
Here's the only other thing that I would say in regard to that. We can have a conversation with Schmitty's to see if there's a way to get a better number, but I'm going to tell you right now, there's not.
Yep.
Just based off of what they have, because you can say to somebody, hey, are you going to ride the bus, or do you think you have to ride the bus? And you'll get a bunch of people that say, well, I don't want to miss out on the opportunity on the one month that my kid may ride the bus because it's really cold out. And so now we get escalated numbers and the fee goes down, and now we're right back to the same situation that we're in. That makes sense what I'm saying? So if there was a way to do that with Schmitty's to get a number, I would be more comfortable. But I get it, it's going to impact kids. We try not to impact kids, but this is a fairly substantial number, and we're one of the few that offer something like this.
It's,
I'd like to add.
you make a fair point.
Director Lind?
To me, if you would increase it 4 times to $600, you're going to have less people riding, and you're still going to have the issue. That's what I view it as.
People can't afford it, yeah.
People
Yeah,
can't afford
I mean,
it.
I think that's that, and then like he's saying, the higher the cost is, the less people are going to do it, which is going to make the cost go up even more. So that's
Exactly.
we don't even know what we're walking into with this, really,
Yeah.
if we keep it going.
Well, and I think there's 2 things. I think we can accept this recommendation and ask them to look into the numbers for that and find out, and that can be accepted later.
I was thinking that too.
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, it'd be lost revenue for them as well. I mean, that's $250,000 they're not getting if we choose to eliminate this. So maybe there's opportunity for further discussion or negotiation because
There
or
may
not.
there may be some lost revenue for them, but really when it's spread, we run one of the most efficient busing. I've never seen the district anywhere that runs 4 tiers, and they'll tell you that. So they're running about as efficient as they can. So even if they shave off 50 kids out of each group, it's not necessarily going to save us, not going to save them from having to run a bus. You know what I'm saying? Right now, it's running people at capacities and maybe adding a few buses until they know for sure. But I don't think they can give us that number. So again, we'll talk to them and see exactly what they can do. But I would also say this, is that as a parent, when I had younger kids, if my wife couldn't bring them, we probably had a next door neighbor or somebody that we could carpool with. I think parents just need to know what that decision is going to be so they can start planning sooner rather than later. So that would be the only other comment that I would say, is that if they've got several months to plan, it may help them on the outside be able to come up with a solution for if they can't bring them, who can?
And the distance stays the same, correct?
Correct.
0.8. Okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
distance doesn't change.
Any
Well-
further discussion?
You have a motion.
Save 3 teachers.
All right, let's do a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries. All right, moving on to the starting salary limit for new hires.
Yeah, the next piece here is what we're looking at, a limit on how many experience years that we give a new employee coming into our district. Right now, there really isn't one. If someone comes in with 10 or 15 years' experience, we give them that. And like we spoke earlier, excuse me, we've had situations where we've had people retire and we've been hiring at a higher rate than they'll have. So we're losing any savings and any attrition that we have in our district, at least at this point in time. So we're looking at having a limit on how many years that we actually would give a new employee.
I'll make the motion.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the salary limit. Do we have a second?
I second.
Second by Director Shinley. Is there any further discussion on this? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. So moved on to unauthorized appliances.
Well, we've already asked all the employees to unplug their extra refrigerators.
Yeah, we have, but I think if you agree to this, it adds a little more oomph behind it, because I do know some administrators have said, hey, I've walked into my person's room and they still have their fan or they still have whatever. Again, it's whatever we could take a look at that would generate some revenue. And when somebody says, hey, does it unplugging a microwave or unplugging a fan save money? when you talk about the numbers of buildings and the number of staff we have, it does. It adds up. You know that as well as I do. You turn your lights off at home or leave them on, it costs you money. So,
Director Thompson?
We've got a $188 million budget, and we're talking about a $10,000 expense here for some comfort, some convenience, some whatever for our staff members. I don't think this is something I get it and I understand, and it's, it adds to the opportunity, it adds to the number of what we need to reduce, but you can have our board salary for that, so you can have some pop in your refrigerator.
well, and you have to remember, we do supply microwaves, refrigerators in the teaching staff areas, and again, it may only be $10,000, but that pays for a part of a paraprofessional. That pays for some. So when you have to throw those things on the scale, and as you've heard me say, and the staff has heard me say it, $7 million. I don't have the luxury of saying we can have convenience.
Good.
But I think at some point, once we get the budget righted, we can come back and have a conversation about what that looks like.
But have we really quantified this? I mean, do you know that it's $10,000 in savings?
Exactly, no. But for an example, I walked into an area just the other day. The refrigerator is on and running. There was one can of pop in it.
Okay.
Refrigerators take quite a few dollars in a year's time. And we have hundreds and hundreds of them.
Agreed.
So
Maybe there's a better use of communications of, hey, ask for good faith of, let's be smart with what we're doing in their classrooms. And we're adults, we're professionals, but I don't know, so.
Yeah, and I think the other component that I've heard, sorry, I think I
That's all right.
interrupted somebody,
It's okay.
was, like a special ed person will say, hey, I've got a kid that has something they have to have in there. We're not saying you have to get rid of that because you've got a kid with special needs in your classroom that needs to have a certain medicine or something in close proximity to them. Those types of things they work with their administrators on. If it's, I'm all for it. Like I told staff, my wife loves to leave lights on at home, and I ask why. It's ambiance. I don't have the ability to say we have ambiance. It's still about having a great quality person in the classroom in front of kids, and this helps. Even though it's a small number, just like the 5,000 from your budget and our budget, it all adds up at some point. So again, I'll shut up and let you all do what you want to do.
To your point, my concern would be there are staff members that teach very specific programs where we have students that have medication that needs to be refrigerated, that have food that needs to be refrigerated, and I don't want to create an environment that contributes to a negative staff environment where we have staff against staff because the special ed teacher down the hall gets to have it, but I don't. So that would be my concern with that.
And then they walk down to the special ed teacher's hall and say, hey, can you put my Coke in your fridge?
Maybe.
Exactly right.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the unauthorized appliances?
So moved.
Motion by Director Carly Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Director Lind. Any more discussion on this topic? All right, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
So I think we have 4-3 on that one. Motion carries 4-3. I voted no. All right, so now we're down to support staff at Crystal Lake Education Center.
We have a support staff member at CLEC, half paid by the district, half paid by community education. On this line, the full cost would move to community education.
Okay, so we're just eliminating part of that position, correct?
Yeah, we're only paying for half now.
Okay. All right.
They're not eliminating, they're just.
Yeah, we're just shifting who pays
Correct.
for it.
Correct. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the support staff?
So moved.
Motion by Director Carly Anderson. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Director Schindley. Any discussion on this topic? All right, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, here's a discussion we had earlier tonight, was to look at adjusting the number of days that our 260-day employees work. And we first talked about 15 days, and that was a savings of $69 And to move that to 10 days per year would be 48,256.
So you have two options. Don't forget you have the 15-day or the 10-day, neither, sorry. You have the 15-day or the 10-day, neither would impact the benefits because we would do an MOU or MOA with those folks. So you can do 10, 15, or none.
Except, oh, do I have to wait for discussion?
Director Carly Anderson.
Except if we eliminated to 15 days, that would impact benefits of any new hires.
Not if we gave them an MOU. That
Oh.
would grandfather them in to keep their
Oh,
benefits.
I thought you were saying before that new hires would be impacted by this.
Well, I think, yeah, new hires would be. We'd only grandfather in current employees.
Current, right. So any new hires would not be eligible to the same benefits.
Correct.
So then just in terms of thinking about equity kinds of things in terms of who's current and who's new.
Director Lind?
I was going to say they do have some benefits. They wouldn't have full benefits.
Right.
And that was for the 15 day, or this is for the whole thing? With that new hire, with the new hire?
For the 10.
If you do 10
The
days, it
15
doesn't
day.
change anything. If you do 15 days, we would grandfather in the existing employees to keep the benefits they have. Anybody new hired into a position, if somebody left, retired, or whatever, they would come in with the 11, the lesser benefits. They don't lose all benefits. It's an adjusted amount on their benefits.
Okay, so with two options, I guess we'll start with the first one. Do we have a motion for 260-day employees to adjust to 245? So that would be 15 days, correct?
Correct.
We have a motion for that. Okay. Do we have a motion for the 260-day to reduce to 250 days? No motion for that? Okay, so I guess this one's getting tabled for later. Okay.
Okay, the next piece here is ties to the ALC. This is where we would use sale money from the ALC to cover curriculum products for the next 2 years, $450,000 a year.
So I think really what you're doing here is if you do this, you're lumping out, you're saying sell the ALC, use the money for capital things, and then you basically are saying KTMS is the option.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you do this one, that kind of is the domino that falls.
Okay. Do we have a motion to reallocate the curriculum purchase to sell the ALC building? Nope.
So,
Yes?
wait,
No?
so what, the motion here is for the curriculum purchases? So,
It's
so
the
should we
same.
hold,
All those things.
It does all of those things.
Sell the ALC so it can be used for curriculum.
And
So it
move
can
it
be used for curriculum and KTMS. So it's really about the sale of the ALC building is what I would say is in
Yeah.
parentheses. It's not about the curriculum. It's sell the ALC and do the things that are recommended after
it's
that.
to do the recommended ALC plan, and I'll make a motion for that. I believe that's going to make the experience for those students much better.
Okay, so we have a motion by Director Kelleher. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Director Lind. Any further discussion? Director Carly Anderson?
Yeah, I think my concern, I don't really want to make assumptions at this point, and I know there's been conversations but I don't think we as a board have sat down with the families and students, and I would prefer to have connection around their perspective, have some sort of meeting or opportunity to meet with families.
Can I ask, you
Dr.
have though,
Keller?
haven't you, Doug?
Not about this particular topic. I actually have a meeting tomorrow with ALC and I want to say South or North students.
Okay.
So I have that meeting. Here's the only other thing I would say is that I understand what you're saying, but you're not going to sit down with every other group that you're impacting. So I think you have to be mindful of that. I get what you're saying, but you're going to be making some other changes. Like we didn't sit down with the bus rider parents and we approved making the change for bus riders. So that, no offense, that's large. That's probably more than 80 students. So I think you just have to be mindful of what you're trying to do in that process. You either do it or you don't do it. I get it, what you're saying, but you have to be cognizant, I think, of that as you're moving forward, because most every decision you're making is going to impact some group of students or parents.
Director Kelleher?
And was this proposal run through the leadership over at ALC with Margaret and the group? And if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to misinterpret it, but is she a supportive, and this is a plan that she supports for the kids?
Looks like she's nodding yes.
Margaret's still back there.
I saw her was gone. So.
And Kelly from KTMS, both have been a part of that conversation.
We heard Kelly speak to it, Margaret. I know, can you speak to the kids wanting the space?
I can, and I shared this before. ALCs have evolved. We could run. Microphone, sorry. ALCs have evolved. They've started out in closets and back doors and all of this kind of thing. We can run a program just about anywhere. It's really about the staff and the commitment we have for our students. That's what it is. It's about relationships. It's about what we find for our kids. I've shared this with Dr. Van Zyl. I could run a program out of a closet. I can't pick a better staff to work with the kids we have. Mm-hmm. The unique needs that we have, the changing populations, they want their connection to people, and that's the main component.
Mm-hmm. But you said at one point there were some major advantages of going to Kenwood.
Correct.
And
can you speak to those?
The major advantages is we would have outside space that we don't have now. We would also have access to the gym, possibilities of the pool, and to provide some electives. We can work with Kelly in scheduling, being able to access the fax room, the metals room, the shop, and working on a few of those other components for our kids, which we don't have access to now.
Mm-hmm. And Kelly is very open to that change also.
Very much so. Mm-hmm. And right now, only about 10% of my population comes from outside districts. Everyone else comes from Lakeville Public Schools. Mm-hmm. They are our kids. Mm-hmm. They're not just ALC kids.
Any other questions? Director Carly Anderson?
Have you had conversations with parents?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I would tell you that the anxiety is probably more. And my parents they're incredibly flexible and adaptable. And they are very happy to have the staff working with their kids, and as long as the staff go with them, they'll go just about anywhere.
I'm very torn on this.
I guess like my thought process is I can't justify the cost savings, and right now I'm trying to find cost savings is what I'm looking at. I understand the building maintenance and all of that. We have put some money into the building as a district to make it. I want to be thoughtful as far as long-term planning goes and not making a hasty decision where we would have to move a vulnerable student population more than once based on the needs that we're going to have in the middle school level with something that can just be left because we're not really seeing a whole lot of cost savings from it.
Well, I don't know what your definition of a lot of cost savings is, but you're talking over the appraisal on the ALC itself 3 years ago was $1 million. Correct me if I'm not wrong on that bill. Mm-hmm. So you have $1 million of revenue coming into the district that you can use to offset the reduction. So to me, that's a fairly significant number. But again, it boils down to you. If you don't do this, you're talking about $500,000 that you have to come up with someplace else that you're impacting programming for students and those. And I bow to Margaret and her recommendation, because we did ask, is this something that you believe you and your staff and your students can work through, get behind? I think with anything, it's a change, but her staff are the cog that makes that facility run. And having not been here before, the ALC that they're currently in, yes, had some dollars spent on it, but I think if John and Bill, it probably needs a lot more things done to it than it currently had done to it. This would be an upgrade even to what's been done to that facility. So again, there is, in my opinion, a substantial revenue that comes in and selling that particular facility.
Yep.
And I can tell you, I don't have it in writing, but there is definite interest by the city to purchase this particular building. And when I mentioned the dollar amount, there's not a hesitancy on their part to come up with $1 million. So again, if you choose not to do this, you choose not to do it. It means there's about $1 million we have to figure out other places that we're not doing with this.
Well, it's technically not $1 million because you have to spend that extra $500,000, correct, to renovate Kenwood?
We're saying what John took a look at is roughly, and he's not here to answer this, but they, as far as Bill and him have looked at, it's probably about $300,000 to
Actually,
renovate.
our estimate is closer to 250, because a big piece of that renovation we can use the LTFM funds for, so it's a very small amount of capital. That's why we can put it here. So between the savings we have there and here, I mean, it's well over, we're talking $800,000.
So we probably have a low estimate on this because with 1 million sales, 250, at least 750, and then the dollar amounts that you saved by not having to have utilities, repairs, and those type of things in that building, it pushes it higher than that.
And my understanding that Kenwood, that area is going to be refurbished. That was a plan to refurbish in the future.
Yeah, we've
anyway.
already looked at this area.
Yeah, so it's going to
refurbish.
be done anyway, at maybe 2 years from now, but now they could do it now instead. So you're spending money that you were going to spend anyway.
Right, but then, I mean, we also have, it's a dollar amount too, a student population that I have to be considerate of as well. And how do they feel about being in a middle school, and where's the dignity in that for a high school student? I don't know. I'm with you, Director Anderson. I'm struggling with it. Director Kelleher, sorry.
I mean, I think this is, all these decisions are hard, and I think we're struggling with all of them, but I do respect Margaret's relationship that she has with her students and her families. And why I can support this is that I recommend that she's supportive of the recommendation, and that I value that a lot because I know how close she is with those kids and her staff.
I think that's a good point. I think the principal open to it, sees some advantages to it for them even. And no one knows them better than you do. The kids that you're dealing with, you know how they're going to react. You probably even talked to some of them probably already, I don't know. But I maybe there's other options, but I'm feeling right now that if as long as they're willing to give that a shot and they think it's going to work, I let them do it.
Director Thompson, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not sure either. I mean, we were just informed of this this last Monday, so we have a little over 8 days to process, to think through, the $7 million of things that we've got to do. I don't know if is there a reason. Let me ask the question: is there a deadline that we need to make a decision on this particular line item, or is there an opportunity for us to kind of explore more before or do we miss out on the opportunity on something like this?
I think the main point is we will need time for construction. That's
Okay.
going to be our timeline. Have to be today? No, but it has to be relatively soon.
Yeah, I think we should pause and table it for another week or two.
So the motion on the table is to approve. We've had a first and a second. Is there any more discussion on this? Okay, let's put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, we'll wait on that one. Where are we at? Facility user fee. Nope, sorry, close all facilities, 2 to 3 weeks for the year. Oh, you missed?
How many were yes and how many were no?
I think it was 2 yeses and 4 or 5 noes. Sorry, it's getting late, I'm sorry. My caffeine's wearing out. So now we're up to the closing all the facilities 2 to 3 weeks per year.
Yeah, we're looking for some utility savings for weeks that we know we have a lot of staff out of the buildings. So looking at what we actually spend on utilities, I worked with our FPP people that if we turn these back so that during the summer, like 4th of July week, when it's hot, we're not going to run it very cool.
I'll make the motion.
All right, so we're making a motion by Director David Anderson to close the facilities 2 to 3 weeks for the year. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Director Carly Anderson. Any discussion on this or questions? Director Carly Anderson?
This is an area where I feel like we could put a lot more thought into in terms of savings. And so I'm very much in support of this.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I do.
I'm going to say, go ahead, Director Lynn. I had two at the same time.
My only
Sorry.
concern is we do have groups that use those facilities, and I'm not just saying community groups, I'm thinking student groups, some sports. Will they be impacted directly by this?
I think what will happen is if you approve this, then we sit down with our ADs and our facility use folks and say, what are the 2 least used weeks? And like we're projecting the 4th of July is fairly minimal. A week during Christmas is probably fairly minimal. So that's a component. And again, I think it's one of those things that if we know what those weeks are, we can then work with those groups to coordinate how they use the buildings other times that maybe they weren't going to be using them.
That makes sense. You're surveying the stakeholders, and that's good.
Any other discussion or questions? Okay, so we'll put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. So the next one is the established facility user fee.
I'll speak to this one so Bill can save his voice a little bit. I know he did take a drink. So this is one of the areas that I know you've gotten some feedback on. When we take a look at this item, it's something that has been an issue in this district for quite a while in regard to having facility user fees pay. We are one of the few districts that does not charge facility use fees to all of its folks around the area, and Devin has that information, and I will get that to you. And what we did is we brought in our large user groups and had a meeting with them and shared with them a proposal for a $10 an hour thing. But that's not necessarily the plan, because they're like, we're not, $10 an hour may impact us. We'd feel more comfortable maybe making a donation to the district. Our issue is we just need to break even on facility use, and this is how much it costs us. So what that specific plan is, I can't tell you 100% for sure. It starts at $10 an hour. We can probably work it down from there if we need to, and work with our facility users to be able to do this. The challenge is, again, it's a significant area that I know a lot of our communities people use our fields, our facilities, our gyms, or whatever it happens to be. And that does have a cost to it. And I know there was a question in regard to, and Bill, you may need to step back up to this one. There was the people that supervise. That is something our insurance requires, to have a supervisor in our facilities. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, I actually verified that with the insurance company. So we have to have somebody from the district in the building when someone's using the building.
So it would impact our rates, it would impact our liability if something were to happen, which is probably more significant than the $480,000 we think, well, we know that we have to have in order to break even. So that's where we're at. I think it's a plan. I don't have a perfect plan for it. We'd have to work with our users to establish what that is, whether it's a fee increase or a donation of some sort that helps us offset that. That's what we'd have to work with them on.
So,
Director Keller?
yeah, so we just have to have a district person, so either custodian or the supervisor or otherwise, correct?
Well, we really need some type of supervisor. The custodians really are not trained to do any type of support for user groups. They're there to clean the building. And they really can't respond.
It might need for further discussion then, because I'm not, what training do our site supervisors have now?
Well, I can get a list for you. There's quite a bit of training we go through at the way that we want them to interact with our user groups and what they're going to do and how they're going to support them, how they're going to, talk to them, so forth.
Are they AID trained? Are they CPR trained?
Yes, there's a first aid piece, CPR piece, yes.
Director Shinley?
I've talked to Dr. Van Zyl about this a little bit, that so I work with a lot with the associations, and I'm a part of those, on the boards and everything. But this was a big issue. I guess I got some kickback on it just because they manage their funds very wisely, and they're just, since they haven't been charged. I understand that it's been something that it hasn't been done, and other districts do that because they don't have facilities, or they have facilities that they can charge. But I think that's the biggest thing, is having that discussion and making it clear on what the expectation is where you're going to come to a middle ground. So I think making sure that we're talking to the associations and being open and having that open conversation with them as well.
Director Kelleher?
Yeah, and that's when this has been brought to us the last couple of times. That's exactly the response that we've had, is sitting down and talking with this group. This group are parents. They're all taxpayers. They're community buildings that are paid for by the taxpayers. So just making sure, and we're very proud of the number of kids that participate in co-curriculars, because it keeps them involved in healthy activities after school and during the holidays and so forth. So I think it's important to just sit down with the groups there. They also invest a lot of money back into our schools through their fundraisings with things that our schools aren't doing or can't afford to do. So I think it's really important for us to, just like with all these other groups, is sit down and have a conversation with that group, because they're also very creative on what can be done and where they can help too.
Director
And
Shinley?
it might end up being more than what we're realizing.
Director Shinley?
Yeah, and a lot of those associations are fundraising on their own. So they're getting their own, they're asking for donations already. They're doing their own fundraising to run their associations, and they are all non-paid coaches, most of them anyways. I mean, I know for football, we have non-paid coaches for the association, and, basketball, I believe the same thing is, so that's a really important thing. So I just want to make sure that we're having a clear-cut conversation with these groups to make sure we're not asking for a lot when they work really hard to run their associations.
And that's the challenge for us, because, like, for example, I've never been in a community where you had district fields, but then we let the city use them for no cost. And then there's fees that are charged for them to be. So normally you have, because we still have to maintain, update, upgrade. So there is a cost to using that. And that's where Bill came, basically here's what we're short when it comes to the expenses within our district. We're not looking to make money. We're just looking to break even. And I get it. And the challenge for us is some of the other districts around us have facilities that are maybe city-owned or somebody else owned, that they can utilize other than their schools on top of that. We're fortunate that we have great people that are involved. The challenge is, again, a $7 million deficit, and one of the areas that we overspend out of our budget is in this particular area. So that's why we brought it to you.
Director Lynn?
A little history here. This has been presented to us twice over some type of budget increase, fee increase, and presented, I think, twice over the last 3 years, as I recall. And my biggest issue with it, and I want to state that, is the fact that stakeholders had I felt no input in what was going on, and they were told what was going to be happening, and I think that's a bad atmosphere to work in. So I totally encourage the district. I'm in favor of this, but I'm totally in district to move ahead with this, but make sure that stakeholders have their input. I think it's really, that ownership is important.
Well, and maybe that could be, do you have a motion already?
We do.
Yes.
Oh, I was going to say maybe that could be part of your motion, is that we bring back to you within a certain time frame a plan that's been developed with our association people that addresses this dollar amount that we're short, and then they present it along with us, so it's a co-developed plan, if that makes sense.
Did I make the motion?
Who made the motion?
I
Can
think
we-
you did.
No.
Who made the motion?
I'll make an
It's
amended
10:30, I
motion
don't
for
remember.
that.
I make a motion to make an amendment.
motion. We don't
Who
have a
made the
motion.
original motion?
We don't have a motion yet.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
So moved.
I make a motion to pass the established facility use fee with the district providing a plan for the board to approve over the next 3 to 4 months.
All right, so we have a motion by
2 months,
Director.
within the
Why don't you
next
go
2 months.
Go 2 months,
2 months.
if you don't mind.
So it's not going to be that number.
It could be more or
It could be
less.
that number, it could be less. but-
We're shooting for this number is what we're shooting for.
That's the cost, yeah.
All right, so we have a motion by Director Thompson to approve the established facility user fee with the exception that the district's going to come back to us after working with that stakeholder
And we got a 2-month window to do it.
with a 2-month
Month
window.
window. Yep.
Do we have a second on that motion?
Second.
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 by
I want to be a
Director
second.
Lind.
No.
Any more
Put Lynn's
discussion?
name on it.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next next item on the agenda is the adjusted staff cell phone reimbursement program.
Our cell phone reimbursement program, right now at this time, reimburses almost everybody at 100% of their phone. And it needs to be just a reimbursement for us, for them using your phone once in a while. That's good. Excuse me.
Is there a particular staff that's using their cell phones, and is it like, where is this coming from?
Well, right now, it's all over.
Okay.
Especially during COVID. Most buildings were giving out cell phone reimbursements. We have many people coming to work every day in their office getting cell phone reimbursements. So we're looking at, first of all, looking at only certain employees that actually need them to be moving around on a daily basis to use their phone, and then secondarily, to limit the reimbursement to $25 instead of 100% of their phone.
What's the number of staff that use them? You said the number of staff use them.
Oh,
That are,
I have a list. We went through the list. The main pieces we're looking at is having administrators having a phone reimbursement. We're looking at FPP, just the guys here that are in multiple buildings every single day. That's really the only areas we're looking at needing a cell phone. In most cases, employees have a phone in their office or in their room to use. They don't need to use a cell phone to make phone calls. And in most cases, people don't want to use their cell phone if they're talking to parents, because then their phone number gets out.
would there be an issue with just eliminate it altogether?
What's the total spend then? If we did eliminate the whole thing?
Oh, the total spend right now is $80,000.
We spend 80,000.
Okay. Director Thompson.
I'll make a motion to allocate a total amount of $10,000 on a calendar year for cell phone reimbursement that the district will decide.
I'll second.
So just to clarify with that, you'd be asking us to come up with what the reimbursable amount is and verify the number of people. So let's say it's 100 people at $10,000. It's too late for me to do the math. It's not, because I don't want to give a bigger, go ahead, Emily.
Right. Is any of it
Thank you.
contractual?
Thank you, Dr. Van Zyl. Just want to make people aware that it is in some contracts. So that would prevent us from eliminating that if that was over and above the dollar amount allocated. So just so you have an awareness of that. It is part of some people's benefits package.
And since it's contractual, you can't change that within it.
Change that. Got it.
So
we had the motion in the second. We can just let the second die. Maybe we need more information on the amount of staff that we could actually cut this for.
yeah, we can bring that to you.
Okay.
We're looking
So-
for an increase, I think.
80 grand.
Yep. So we'll wait on that one.
This one you don't have to do because you,
Well,
oh no, the
we can do this
combined
one.
ones, the combined ones you do.
Can-
Not the relocation, yep.
Okay, so let's start with the combining of the administrators.
Well, wouldn't it be all or, it's all or
Yeah,
nothing
can
for
we
the
tackle all
combination?
four of those at
Yep,
once?
let's put them all together.
Well, the utilities maintenance and custodial, that's part of the ALC
Yeah.
change.
So-
So it's only the first line we need to talk about.
Okay.
No, because they can combine with the ALC program. Is Margaret still here? No, she left.
She's sleeping in the
She's
back.
sleeping
Yeah,
in the
well,
other room.
that's true, yeah.
Those are program combinations as well with the ALC and Link 12 that they'd be sharing staff between art, physical education. And then the only one that's different is there's a retirement out of the ALC that we just won't be hiring back. So the first line and then art, physical
Fourth, fifth, and
education,
sixth.
English language arts would all be a combined number with Link 12.
Okay.
That makes sense, what I said?
Yep.
Yeah.
So are we voting on this whole page?
No.
No.
We are voting on,
FTEs.
Everything except, how many rephrase, everything except utilities, maintenance, custodial could all be addressed in one motion.
Do that.
okay.
Because the utilities, maintenance, custodial is part of the sale of the building.
Yep.
All right, so do I have a motion to approve the administrator, art, physical ed, English language arts, and retirement?
So moved.
All right, so we have a motion by Director Carly Anderson. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second by Director Schindley. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
So can I make a comment to you? And this is totally up to y'all. We can either keep plugging along if you want to, or I think we now are in the reductions that are specific to elementary, middle school,
Correct.
and high school, I think are the only ones that are left. So you can either keep plugging along, or if you're thinking, I've been sitting here 4.5 hours, and you want more information on
here
these
since
things,
4.
it's totally up to y'all. If you want to keep plugging along, you can. Otherwise, this is probably a good drawing a line point to say if you wanted to wait another week. Again, like I told you, you could do all, none, or some, and we're kind of in the some, which means we know we're waiting on others that are coming back around. So that may be a quick discussion point for you as a board on where you're at with your level of being focused or not focused. Not that I want to come back again and have this wonderful conversation, but I also don't want to not have you focused on what's finishing out.
I guess my issue is that, yeah, we've been here a while. I've been here since about 3:45, but I want to honor the staff members and their anxiety level too.
I call for a 5-minute recess.
What?
I call for a 5-minute recess.
And then to go back at it?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other board members have any discussion around that? On how they're feeling?
Either that or you could stand up and just stretch your legs where you're at and keep your discussion going.
I've
If
gotta
you
go to
want
the
to,
bathroom,
unless
please.
somebody's got to go use the restroom, I don't want to be too personal with you.
Yep.
If you're going to keep plugging
So
along, I say
are-
just keep plugging along.
So, I'm thinking, I guess I would recommend, for elementary, do we accept this plan or not? So I'm thinking the recommendation would be for all of it or nothing when it comes to elementary, correct?
No, you have, because like the assistant principals are separate. All of them are basically could be addressed in a separate item individually.
Maybe we can just, I don't know, whatever.
But if we don't, if we accept none of it or accept all of it, if we accept none of it, they're going to have to, if we accept all or some, aren't they going to still have to meet that budget number we gave them?
Well, we're going to have to meet, we're still going to have to meet the $7 million regardless.
Right.
Because there's multiple areas that haven't been addressed.
Okay, I guess I don't.
I shouldn't have clouded the waters. You're fine moving along. I
Yeah.
think you can just keep going and either say, hey, yeah, this is something we're ready for, or no, it's not, and you can maybe move through them fairly quickly.
I say let's take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
Thanks.
at 6 p.m.
We have a stakeholder session.
That's on Tuesday, Terry.
Oh, you want it on Monday?
He's talking Monday.
Good.
Yep.
So that would be the 22nd, is that correct?
27th.
Today's the 21st.
Oh, that's tomorrow.
I'll second it.
Let's get our dates correct before we,
It would be the 27th.
27th. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to call a special meeting to continue this on Monday, the 27th at 6 p.m. Do I have a second on that?
I seconded it.
We have a second. Any discussion?
It is 10:45, and I think it's good for those that are here that may have to work tomorrow. For students, as a team, as a board, we have identified $3 million to close the $7 million gap. That's what I've tallied. We still have got a few ways to go to get there, but I'd call it a win so far.
Okay, so I just want to clarify for Kim, because I'm getting tired myself. So the motion was by Director Thompson, the second was by Director David Anderson, just making sure you got that. I agree, it's past 10:40. I have to work, I'm sure everybody else has to work in the morning too, and I want to make sure that we're in a rested state where we can give our due diligence to the topics that are left on the agenda. So I'm in favor of that too. Any other discussion around that?
And just a thank you to the staff that are still here. So
Correct.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yep.
And
All right.
teachers, yeah.
And
the
teachers.
Yeah, I've got to be up
And
tomorrow.
everybody
for
else.
Students too. All right, so let's bring it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. So I'm going to officially adjourn this meeting. Thanks. I should have asked for a motion, but since it's a special item.